it as a bedroom or something. I don't know. In a little bit, at some point today, I'm going to restart the game, and we're going to bump the population up to 40 with a hard cap of 45. Because that's still about the same as to where I want to be. It'll attract a little bit more fun and make things a little bit more interesting and give us a couple more adults running around the fort at all times, which I think will be a little bit easier to manage. Because right now, we're only at 29 usable dwarves. We have 5 children in the fort. So having, I think, actually, no, we could do that right now even. But having a slightly higher dwarf cap, we've got more than enough bedrooms, will help a little bit in that regard. As a sort of a gate for the roof, like this? I mean, if I want to make the stairs safer, there's many ways I could do that. I don't need to do it with the drawbridge. I was kind of thinking about going all the way up and around all of these stairs and what's the word I'm looking for? Putting iron bars around them and making it kind of like a cage going all the way up. But I need to do it. This fortress isn't secure, and that's part of the fun, in my opinion. This fortress could very easily crumble if some giant flying creature showed up. So we kind of need to, prepare for that, right? Yeah, fun. TM. Also, Sal is throwing a tantrum, supposedly. There she is. That's a little upsetting. She was actually getting better. She was super depressed from, like, the age of 1 forward. As soon as she could walk, she was depressed. She was depressed before her mom put her down for the first time, which is a little annoying. We have a few kind of problem-y dwarves. Squug was a problem dwarf for a bit, actually, but he's very much recovered. We've got him working full-time as a scholar in the fort, and that's improved things greatly. This is this one's just... So, yeah, no, Squug was a little bit rough for a bit, but he's certainly coming back. The library has exploded. A lot of them are copies, but we have 184 books, all of our own creation. So I'm very proud of that. But yeah, the current status of the fort is we've used up all of the mudstone. So we're now starting to work our way through the gneiss. And there's another frickin' gray langur monkey in the fortress. So we've been getting assaulted by monkeys recently. It's a little annoying. But they keep coming into the fort and trying to steal my books. And it usually ends with them just getting horribly murdered. And me feeling kind of bad. Although apparently we managed to get a whole bunch of them caught in cages, so... How many gray langurs do I have in cages? 4. Well, I mean, that worked, I guess. And then by monkey corpses. Sounds like you settled in a very unwise position, my friend. If you're getting assaulted by monkey corpses. My last fort was, well, one of my recent forts actually was getting assaulted by undead wild boars about twice a year. It was always fun. I mean, when you say War Monkeys 101, the first thing that comes to mind is an image in my head of, what was it, Rise of the Planet of the Apes? When there's just fucking monkeys with machine guns just like vaulting over fences and stuff, just running at people. It's terrifying looking. Truly, truly terrifying. Something about monkeys with weapons that is absolutely terrifying. Seems like the blood of a forgotten beast raised them from the dead. So that's new to me. I've never heard of blood raising something from the dead. If you had a necromancer and the necromancer got attacked by something, the Necromancer will res any resable corpses around them. It's like a defense mechanism. So like, you know, if you poke a porcupine, it'll prick you, right? Well, if you startle a it's like a skunk. If you startle a skunk, they'll spray. If you startle a necromancer, they'll res a dead thing. So if something startled the necromancers, yes, and if they're not intelligent undead, which can only be formed if the entire body's intact and not mutilated, and even then it's still a low chance. If it's not an intelligent undead, then they're just gonna attack everything. Right? Had an assault from undead wolves. That's kind of awesome. Like honestly, that's kind of badass. So either that or you were in a resurrecting biome. So like if you can also be in an evil biome, and resurrecting biomes is one of the types of biomes you could be in. And if it's a resurrecting biome, it's stuff will just periodically get rezzed. That's how I ended up with an undead forgotten beast running around in my last fortress, which you know, ended well. We'll just say that. It ended well. But this is the kitchens above the tavern. Right here. Up above it, we have some pigs being stored up here. They're quite happy. Bottom left, we have our barracks, which is right here, which needs some work. We have the Tower of Temples, which needs to be redone, I think. Up top here, we have our zoo, which is filled with various exotic creatures. Our library, which is very, very, very well appointed. I'm working on binding all of my books in lead, not iron, in lead, so that it takes a very long time for baddies to steal things. This is the Galaxy Brain play. If you see a minstrel walking really slowly, it means they're trying to steal one of my books. Up here we have our Stonecrafters Guild, our Crafts Dwarfs Guild, and the hospital right here is a medical guild. This guild can be entered from over here, or the doorway on this side. This is the rooms where the royalty lived until they were murdered by one of the children. Bedrooms around the outside. Everybody has an iron armor stand and weapon rack, as well as nice stone furniture and high quality beds. So they got nothing to complain about, damn it, I'm telling you. Speaking of which, I got more I got to place, I think. And I got a few more spots to place. We're working on moving the prison cells up here. So these are all set to be smoothed. These are going to be our new prison cells. Currently, the prison cells are underground. Down here. Well, down here is where the actual prison cells are in these three rooms. They're kind of cramped. And the sheriff's office is up here. And this is actually the old library down here. But we're trying to move stuff out of there. Get this area cleared out. This is where we keep our artifacts down at the bottom. Sal, come on. Come on, Sal. Why you gotta be that way? And hey, Cassie. I mean, necromancers can make excellent warriors. You just realize it might very quickly turn into it will very quickly turn into a three-way battle. I had a legendary soldier who became a necromancer, like legendary spearmaster, with dozens of kills. Became a necromancer from reading a book, and dude was unstoppable. I threw him at an army of like 200 goblins by himself, and here's the beauty of it, right? It was like combat by confusion. So he would run into a room, beat the ever-living shit out of, like, the first thing that was in that room, cut it into, like, 50 pieces, and then all of those 50 pieces would become zombies. And he'd start, like, stomping on the zombies, right? But then the bits and pieces would start attacking whatever was fighting. They'd take down one or two, and he'd just, like, take them out while they were distracted. That one dwarf could take out entire armies by himself and then clean up the zombies afterward. But you know, that's a kind of a niche case situation, right? That's the ideal situation, but that doesn't always happen. So good to see Eric Shadowblade is still a happy dwarf. If anybody would like to check in with their dwarf, by the way, I can read out all the living dwarves. Audios, Salford Sal, Jack Nurick II, Clutch II, Wave Thrash, Lump, Rhinestone, Hare, Animal, Great Padinsky, Cassiopeia, Hot Cup of Tea, Dragon Man, Jackie, Pispan, IR Stupid, Cilantra, Pablo, Suey, Cheers Jamie, Aegis, Squug, Axon, Bastet, Eric Shadowblade, Astro Banjos, Horny, Eurypterus, Jellybutt, Scrumpet, DeBerries, Hobo, Screw, and Euthris. You have children yet? What age are you? I don't think you have a lover. Yeah, I mean, you have plenty of friends and some kindred spirits. You're lonely. You don't feel anything after being able to take it easy. You want to pray, but you don't feel anything. You have scars. You dream of raising a family, but you do everything in your power to avoid stress and excitement. Never feels acts without prolonged deliberation. You know, you got no family. Yeah, you're a lonely dwarven scholar. How's stupid? Stupid is stone crafting. You really like them gem windows. Doing alright. Killed a Kia and a monkey. So you're doing okay. Personally believes that acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. You have one close friend in Cassiopeia. Everybody else is a passing acquaintance. Yeah, you like Cassie, that's about it. Almost never feels discouraged. You share your own experiences and thoughts with others. You struggle against this tendency. You find such expression offensive, and you're often cheerful. You don't often feel lustful. It's the appearance of someone who's 86 years old. In the case of stupid. So your dwarf's doing all right. An odd place to go eat. Okay, so they keep complaining on the lack of tables because they're eating in this room. I'm just gonna chuck a table in there. Should really just lock those doors, not let them in there. But someone's gotten claim to this bedroom. So stupid. I would say you are quite smart, actually. I would say you are quite smart. The reason I would say you are quite smart is because you've gone and claimed the best bedroom in the fort. You've claimed the bedroom where the Baroness used to sleep. So when the Baroness died, you went and claimed her bedroom. IR ambitious is what we should call you. That's funny. All right, so what I'm going to do, we're going to make bed 4. What's the nicest material we have? Probably Electrum, maybe? Or rose gold? What do you guys think? Rose gold chains for the prisons? For the prison cells. Rose gold, silver, brass, or black bronze for the chains. Black bronze for the chains. They're also all going to get cabinets, armor stands, chests. Okay, so black bronze for the chains. Black bronze chain. 4. Let's give them all a rose gold statue. And those rose gold statues, I mean, I could give them an image related to our faction or group. I mean, chat wanted black bronze, so we're going to go with black bronze. But I do agree. They are very symbolic seeming. The Violet Hell is a dwarven government. Let's just leave that pause for a second. What? The Eternal Adventure of Time. The Bodice of Immortals. The Frigid Tick. A lot of good names. The Councils of Sensing. There we go. The Eternal Adventure of Time. They're a god related to justice. I'm just gonna make it our fortress symbol, you know? Because that's kind of where our government symbol, basically, you know? Like, stare at the law kind of thing. If that makes sense. Trying to think what else we could do. We have Electrum, so we could do like... Let's do four Electrum chests, rather. We've got chain, statue, chest. I need a cabinet. Make silver cabinets. And silver table. And go with rose, gold, brown. So that's going to be all of the stuff, and also probably need charcoal, so 40. That's going to be all of the stuff that's going to go into our prisons. I'm gonna make the captain of the guard's place very nice, but I'm gonna look at what the captain of the guard likes, actually, because our current captain of the guard is who, actually? Astro Banjos is currently the captain of the guard, because we're gonna be moving Astro's place up here. Feels self-pity after being unable to practice a martial art for too long, and was annoyed after sleeping on the floor. Yet you have some of the nicest holdings in the fortress. And you killed Questigal. Why the heck did you sleep on the floor? Well, let's put you... Are you brave? Hey, Prosectra, what's up? Seeks out stressful and dangerous situations. Values tranquility. Is frequently depressed. Prefers to be alone. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Finds humor in most situations. Is not the type to fall in love or develop positive feelings. Is made deeply uncomfortable by grievances and differences in culture. I hope you're just chilling at the very least, Prosectra. Doesn't handle stress well. That's a concern. What are some things that you like? You like gold. Well, that makes things easy. Backpacks and earrings. How much gold do I have? Like, just straight gold. I have a decent amount of rose gold. I guess not much. None, even. Why don't we go with brass? Because we got a good amount of brass. In real metalcraft, rose gold, an alloy of gold, copper, and sometimes a bit of silver. Yeah, I mean, I knew that because, you know, I've made rose gold before India. I'm trying to decide where to put the... Oh, the game's saving. I was like, why is the game not moving? I couldn't see the saving. It's on the wall right at the bottom of the kitchen. Food storage. The top. In the middle. So. Yeah, then we just need to decide where along here we're going to put the sheriff's office. And I'm kind of thinking about putting bars all the way along the top of this. I think that'd be kind of a neat visual. This is kind of 2 Z levels high, so maybe we could go along the top 2 and then put like a little battlement along the top of this, because, you know, I kind of like the idea of this area being kind of open, but I don't want it to be like just dangerous open, you know? So I'm going to kind of go along the top here, and we're going to put nice flooring in. And the hope is that we can kind of make it look like a big caged off kind of open area. There's this, I think it's Star Wars Episode 3. There's this giant, like, crater that these people have a city in, and, you know, Star Wars Episode 3 is not a great movie, but it's got some cool visuals in it. And I really like the image of that kind of crater with all of, like, these holes going off into the sides, and, like, some of them are, like, fully caged off. And that's kind of what I'm imagining this like, is just a giant pit, right? And it's got these walkways and stuff, but, like, this area is just kind of, like, carved off into the side for 2 Z levels. And I kind of like the idea of having just, like, 2 levels of cages, and then there's, like, a walkway along the inside of them. I think it's a neat visual, and that's kind of what we're going for here. I don't know how well that translates or how well I just described that, but that's kind of what I'm thinking we're working on here. So. What about a gold earring in the shape of a backpack, or a gold earring with an image of a backpack? Mm-hmm. The problem with that stuff is it's kind of difficult to make specific people pick up specific pieces of jewelry. Could make the ceiling out of a floor of bars? What do you mean by could I make the ceiling out of a floor of bars? Well, I mean, so bars have to sit on flooring. Actually, I think I understand what you're saying. Bars have to sit on flooring. So you have to put down, like, normal floors, and then you could put bars on top of them. I don't think that you can just... I mean, you might be able to, but I don't know if you can just... Excuse me, put down, like, bars as a ceiling. I don't think you can. All right, so we're working on them beds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you could do that with floor grates, but those aren't bars, really. Yeah, you could do 2x2. Or do, like, some sort of, like, alternating... I mean, I could try and do something like that here to kind of demonstrate it, because I need to do a whole... I need to do a... what's the word I'm looking for here? Or you could just do 2 in a line all the way across, and then a line of flooring, and then 2 rounds of grates, and then a line of flooring. Like, there's stuff you can do. Yeah, you can kind of make it work. Black bronze. Black bronze. Oh god, I've got so many containers. Well, they made 2 of the statues, so we can put 2 of the statues in. I mean, as long as I'm not making the chains out of lead, I think we're kind of okay, believability-wise. Besides, the dwarves just kind of willingly stay in the prisons, so it's more of a symbolism thing. Here come the rose gold statues, those pretty pinks. We got those Electrum chests getting constructed. Looks like Eric is working hard on them. I plan to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, and we'll play it by ear as to what we do once we hit 1,000 years. Maybe we'll dig too deep. Maybe I'll just dump lava on the damn thing. Maybe I'll drown them. Maybe I will just retire it and say I'm done. Throw my hands up in the air. We'll see when we get there. I don't generally find the notion of digging too deep to be particularly entertaining, but, you know, we'll see what happens when we get there. Now, the only plan for this fortress is to keep it alive for a very, very long time. We're currently on year 39. We started on year 5, and so we've got a ways to go. So I plan to try and just witness the world evolving around me and changing. And so far, we've already noticed a bunch of that. So. You don't think you've made it to year 5? Well, we're on math, year 34 for this fortress. Day 12. So what got you started, if I can ask? If you need any help or advice, just shout at us. I mean, you should make more kind of outrageous suggestions. Smile. How you doing, Pablo? No, I wouldn't want anybody else to be inflicted on this level of monotony. Lord of Dwarves. Oh, yeah. I own that game. Yeah, developer sent me a key ages ago. Looked at it a little bit. It was interesting. It's one of those games where, like, it's a neat thing, but I don't see any reason to play it when DF exists. How am I? I am terrible. I have a terrible... I had a terrible night's sleep. I'm partially... I blame that on a number of things. I have a kind of a headache. The smoke is awful. So it's tough today, but I'll work through it. Blood sugar is super out of whack. Once I get the blood sugar into check, things be a little better. But I don't know what I did yesterday, but it's a combination of probably staying up too late due to a meeting, and because I didn't get to bed till 2 in the morning. I normally get to bed way earlier than that. I'm generally kind of like a go to bed at 11 kind of person normally, but I got to bed at 2. I was up late. And I mean, there's a lot of games that lift directly from Dwarf Fortress, and kind of the only thing that they really have on Dwarf Fortress is graphics, usually, right? So I really hope that some of those games are able to kind of differentiate themselves once the Steam version comes out, because I'm genuinely worried they won't be able to differentiate themselves once the Steam version comes out. I'm very worried about a little game called Odd Realm, which I'm quite fond of, actually. So, yeah, I don't know. That's like kind of the one thing I'm a little worried about with the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is I want Dwarf Fortress to be big and awesome and successful, the game that I love, but I also really want some of those other smaller games to continue being okay. You can tell in the morning you didn't digest it in full? Yeah, that's not the kind of problems I'm having, though. Blood sugar is nothing like that. Need some logs. But how are you finding the learning curve after playing Lord of Dwarves for a bit? Because Lord of Dwarves is clunky in many of its own ways. I'm one of those people that kind of denies that DF is as complicated as people say it is. I think this game's actually quite approachable, really. Yeah. I think my problem with RimWorld these days is the fact that it still claims to be exactly like DF. Or, not exactly like DF, but it's trying... The way that RimWorld is developing, it's... The developer still says, oh, it's inspired by DF, but then lifts some things directly from DF that I'm not a fan of. Like putting DF terminology into the game kind of rubs me the wrong way. But yeah, I do agree. I think RimWorld's one of the games that's kind of done it best. Another game that I think is doing it really well is a game called Space Haven. Although Space Haven is more in common with The Sims, gameplay-wise, than Dwarf Fortress. It's another, like, it's inspired by The Sims, Dwarf Fortress, and other little colony games. And that game's also doing that right, I think, because they're focusing on a very small number of people, and it's science fiction, and it's kind of a very different thing. Another game that I think is kind of doing it right is Starmancer, which is more on the RimWorld side of things, but like much more people. Like in Starmancer, you'll have a few dozen people pretty quickly. So. That's your next project to learn about? Oh, the caverns are fun. But easy to get overwhelmed at first? Yeah, totally. Watched a fair number of tutorials and Let's Plays. So how'd you find me then? Out of curiosity. So you got the idea what to prepare for? Yeah. Space Haven's a neat little game, but just the thing that I'll tell you about Space Haven is it's mind-numbingly easy. Even on the hard mode. I had problems with how easy that game was. So my main issue with it is it is very much unfinished. I kickstarted it for whatever it's worth. It's very much unfinished, and it's very, very easy. Very easy. That's why I say it's got more in common with The Sims than Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld. Another game that I think is doing it right is Odd Realm. And the thing that Odd Realm has going for it that Dwarf Fortress doesn't right now is Odd Realm has, or that a lot of the other games don't have, is Odd Realm has done a very good job diversifying its playstyles. There's 3 playable races in the game right now. Odd Realm is doing a good job of that, but visually and mechanically, I'm worried that people will just go, it's not doing anything I want. But Odd Realm is a really cool little game. I really, really like Odd Realm. And Odd Realm's cheap, too. Like, it's fucking it's $9. That's Odd Realm, if you haven't seen Odd Realm. Odd Realm is cool. I quite like Odd Realm. But yeah, no, they're planning to have 5 playable species. Currently, there's, I think, 2? But that's kind of what Odd Realm is trying to do. It's funny, Odd Realm is like similar story to DF, where the developer was like, oh, I wanted to try and make a little clone of Dwarf Fortress with graphics, and then it's like, and I'm now working on it 3 years later. I think it's 2 currently, but it's been a while since I've played it. I need to look. Also, hey, Salty Momo. What's up? So we now have 7 rooms used for... or used by our prison system. I'm a little scared to let this dwarf out. This dwarf being Jelly. Jelly's completely lost it. So they're not letting her out of prison. But because she's in prison, they're still giving her food and water. And I think that if I deconstruct the chain, she'll just wander around and they won't put her back into prison. Yeah, because she's currently got no sentence pending. So I'm worried letting her go would be a death sentence. I'm just going to keep her in prison. So I'm kind of thinking about building a little room right here. And this little room is going to be for my captain of the guard. The bottom room can be like office and living space and like dinner room. And the upper room can be bedroom. Oh, Jaunty. Yeah, I know Jaunty. Good friends. Known him for years. Remember when he got his start. He's good people. Yeah, I think I actually pointed him towards Space Haven. I was like, yo, you might like this. I can't remember if I pointed it towards him first or if he found it first, but I do remember sending it to him going, oi, game you might like. I remember Jaunty saying that Dwarf Fortress is too complicated for him. Jaunty's good people. I like Jaunty. He's one of the good ones. There's a lot of people in this industry that I've had problems with over the years, but Jaunty's one of the good ones. I like Jaunty. I actually got my name pulled to be an animal in one of his Planet Zoo games. And my older sister fucking sent me a DM. Did you know that this YouTuber randomly pulled your name? Like, yeah, he's my friend. But no, I didn't know that. Thanks. Anything went wrong, India? I don't know if I agree with that. DF is a really malleable game. You can kind of just do what you want in it. But to a degree, I think you're right. Yeah, no, it's neat to know how people find the channel, because there is, you know... Actually, let's make a few iron tables. Let's make a few iron tables. Let's actually make 2 of those. So are you playing with the Lazy Noob Pack and stuff, or are you just playing vanilla? Because what you're watching is completely vanilla, so you won't see me tabbing over to anything, and I'm not doing anything in the background. I'm just playing the game. What do I need to do here? Weapon rack. What do I want to make you out of? Yeah, iron. Who are we listening to? This is the soundtrack for Pyre. So, Supergiant Games music team is who we're listening to. Unfortunately, during quarantine, their office actually got broken into and all of their musical instruments were stolen. Or most of them were stolen. They're in downtown San Francisco. It sucks. fucking jamming though. It's good. It's good stuff. It's much easier to absorb. You don't need it. Gives you unnecessary info. But I have unpopular opinions, but it's fine. I'm not gonna tell people not to do it. I know how I'm gonna do this. This is gonna look kind of cool when it's done, I think. I mean, I've talked at length about this over the last year, but how do I word this to be concise? Dwarf Fortress intentionally hides a lot of information from the player. Dwarf Fortress is an extremely deep game, and I think there's a lot of people who play games that are used to getting all of the information, which is fine. If you have all of the information, you have more power. Yes, this is true. But having all of the information in Dwarf Fortress isn't an advantage because Dwarf Fortress is about the systems working together to create a narrative. And that narrative feels organic when you don't know what caused it. So for some people that could perhaps feel frustrating. But for me personally, I find that to be most of the fun. One thing I wish existed in DF is a scenario or a campaign setting that would give you a specific set of goals or objectives and the trouble of setting new goals. I have a feeling that that's gonna sound kind of dumb. I don't think DF will ever have anything like that. Although. But I have a feeling that achievements will help with that. Uh-oh. Buzzard. Never mind, it's fine. Just buzzards. But yeah, that's why I Padinsky, that's why I play Caves of Cud. Also, how you doing today, Padinsky? How's stuffs? If you're curious, your dwarf is currently vengeful after joining an existing conflict. And your toe is broken. But you killed a buzzard, so it's all good. You're currently in hospital, or you were in hospital. I don't know where you're headed now. You have a splinted up broken foot. You'll be okay though. Did you assign a mercenary again? 2. Well, 1 actually. I have 1 skilled stoneworker, but I can tell you just by looking at this screen because I know the names. And this is, I think, one of the, and I can tell you based on what they're building. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4 dwarves that are currently working in masonry. Currently. But I don't need to know how many dwarves I have assigned to masonry because, well, if the job gets done, who gives a fuck? Okay. But I believe that DF is not a game about min-maxing, and I think a lot of people play it as a game about min-maxing, which is, like I said, fine. If you want to play it more like an RTS and have all of the information at your fingertips, okay. I just want to let the systems do their magic and make mistakes. And the game is very easy. I don't need anything to make it easier. Because I capped my citizens. You can adjust your population cap. Yeah, I mean, There was somebody named Distracted Elf who streamed DF a whole bunch for a couple months. And I noticed right away that she was playing the game like an RTS. And she's very much a min-maxing gamer. And I was like, oh, she's not going to last very long. We got so fucking bored of the game so fast. Because she was trying to play it like an RTS and play everything optimally and, like, had a build order and shit. I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, you're just going to ruin the game for yourself? Like, the game's strength is its storytelling. That's what I'm here for, you know? This fortress has already told so many, and I can't wait for the more stories that it tells over the years. Or over the next year, I guess. Can't wait for it. I guess so many people are just used to being fed information in a very easy to digest and remember fashion. That's okay. Oh, another thing that you learn if you don't use DF Hack and Lazy Noob Pack and DF Therapist, you learn how to adjust the game files on the fly. You learn where the actual options menu is, which is just a notepad file in the one of two notepad files in the game, and how to kind of contort the game to what you want it to be. I guess what I always just want to assure people, because the number of times since I've started streaming this game heavily that I've had people be like, "Oh my god, you're hardcore," or "Oh my god, you're crazy," just like playing the game like this. It's like, no, it's perfectly playable. It's people just have this thought for some reason that Dwarf Fortress is a completely... And I have the same annoyance and frustration with RimWorld, too. Is there's all of the people that insist the game is completely unplayable without mods. Right? For RimWorld, specifically. There's so many people that insist that the game is completely unplayable unless you play with mods. And I vehemently disagree with that. In the case of RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress to a lesser degree. You know, I think that the game is perfectly playable without and with assists. I don't think it's mandatory by any stretch. But I think that it's a little crappy that a lot of people... And, you know, a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I think that part of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress is its simplicity. And... I mean, I'm not saying you're one of those people, stupid. Just to be clear. But I genuinely have had people negatively review the game and call me stupid for playing a broken game, right? Like, I'm not accusing anybody here of being one of those people. I'm just saying that there are people out there who believe that. And there are many people out there who believe that Dwarf Fortress is far and away the most complicated game ever made. And, mechanically it is one of the most complicated games ever made. But then, in the same sentence, we'll say that it's completely unplayable unless you use these 5 tools. And the reality is the learning curve is a little bit steeper. And it takes a little bit more focus. You have to pay a little bit more attention. You have to get to know your dwarves a little bit more, but I don't see any of those as negatives. They're all just positives for me. So, I don't know. Play the game the way you like. And enjoy it. Yeah, I actually hate that meme. I think that meme has inadvertently and unintentionally done a fuck ton of damage to Dwarf Fortress's ability to gain a more mainstream audience. And I think that is genuinely depressing. Kadinsky. It bothers me so much because it's false for one thing, and it's just, I don't know. It bothers me. Because in reality, there are games that are a learning cliff. And for some people, DF might be one of them. But no game is truly a learning cliff. If you can read, you can play Dwarf Fortress. That's about how simple it is. And even if you can't read, you can probably still play Dwarf Fortress, but you might need someone to explain some things to you. Me too. I absolutely adore heavily modded or communities that mod and keep their games alive. I completely adore those ecosystems. I love that. That shit's awesome. What I don't love is when people say that a game is unplayable without them. Because in a way, you're kind of shitting on the creator's work. Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Is it unplayable or is it annoying? Because those are not the same thing. You know, one of my favorite comments I saw on Reddit was, Kvidinsky was, in response to one of Meph's posts, which was, I always wanted to get into Dwarf Fortress and never did because I was afraid it was too complicated. Then the Steam version got announced and I got really excited that I could finally learn Dwarf Fortress. And then you guys took so fucking long, I just went and learned Dwarf Fortress. Sure. No, totally. But there's a very big difference between something being unplayable, Tycob, and something being annoying. A very big difference. One is a problem with the game, and the other is a problem with you. Right? If a game is broken and unplayable, that needs to be fixed by the creator. If it's too annoying, that's a problem with you, based on either your preferences, your play style, your ability to learn something. One is a problem with the game, the other is a problem with the player. I would agree with that, but there's a method to the inconsistent UI's madness. Yes. Slippery did word it correctly, but I do think that there's a big difference between game's unplayable, don't play it, and I've seen people saying that, and I personally think game is unplayable. I guess you and me just have different definitions of unplayable than Slippery. Like, I define unplayable as in, like, the game is broken and needs to be patched, right? You define unplayable as something you just don't want to do. Fair. You consider that a problem? I mean, that's a problem with the game's design, for sure. I don't know. I feel like it's a losing fight for me, so I don't know what else to say. I find getting over it weirdly relaxing. Maybe I'm just broken. I think there's a degree of that, Eternal. Yeah, and that bothers me because to me, unplayable is whatever the heck the name of that Klingon first-person shooter was that has a bug in one of the levels that makes the game literally unbeatable. That was never fixed. Or Outpost, which is a game that I owned years ago, which also has a bug in it that literally makes you just run out of oxygen and die. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's unplayable. I don't like this mechanic does not equal unplayable. I don't like this design decision doesn't make the game unplayable. It just means you don't like it. I don't like brat stalls, but they're working as intended. Like, I know some people who can't learn games with hotkeys, making Dwarf Fortress completely unplayable. I gravitate to hotkeys so much. If a game has hotkeys, that's the first thing I'm looking at. Because I play games way faster on the keyboard than I ever would on a controller or a mouse. I'll always use hotkeys first. I've been that way for years. Most of my life, in fact. They say this game is unplayable. Okay. And that's your opinion about it? Okay. And I respect that opinion. I just think that you could use a better word. Because if I buy a TV, okay, and the TV doesn't work, I take the TV back and say this TV is broken. If I buy a TV and it doesn't fit in my apartment, I don't say the TV is broken. I say the TV doesn't fit in my apartment. Does that make sense? So if you don't like a game and you say, this is unplayable, in the English language, that means this is broken. Fix it. If you say, I don't like this, then that's so much more information. Like if you say, I want to use Dwarf Therapist because I don't like the way the game does job management, that's totally fair. But if you say the game is unplayable without it, that is an order of magnitude more negative. And you're going to scare people away from the game. But if you say, I choose to use this, Brian, my brain, but like, if you choose to use a tool to change something because you prefer it that way, doesn't mean the other way is unplayable. It's playable, it's just annoying, which is fair. I guess what I'm trying to defend, Neville Ray, is I really like this game. And I'm very tired of the learning cliff meme. I'm very tired of, I mean, the Urban Dictionary is a by popularity dictionary, so fuck that stupid dictionary. I'm very tired of seeing, I mean, I'm just tired in general today because I didn't sleep well last night, but I'm very tired of seeing Dwarf Fortress get put down as unplayable. And I'm very tired of hearing Tarns say, the UI is terrible, no normal human being can play it. Because people have just told him that for so long. Like, frame rate issues made with Dwarf Fortress make Dwarf Fortress unplayable. I agree with you there. That depends on where you are on Reddit. But yeah, can be. Like any social media, it's either fine or it's horrendous. Depends on whether it's Monday or Tuesday and what subreddit you happen to be in. Meanwhile, I'm over here just building a prison. If anybody's wondering what's going on in the game, just let me know. When it says that? Yeah, here's the thing, right? What a person says about their creation automatically becomes fact. If the creator says the UI is terrible, it just reinforces the idea that the UI is terrible. If the creator says, I made an excellent thing, people are more likely to believe that he made an excellent thing, right? So, as Quash said the other day, I am the unofficial spokesperson for DF, so I'm going to fucking advocate for this. Because I'm tired of seeing it, frankly. And then I need floor hatch. Perfect. Happen to have one. Fly. Dot off, please. Go away. I mean, can we not get into the discussion of whether or not Reddit is a shithole? Because we all know the answer to that question, and of fucking course it's a shithole. It's a muted, censored, garbage, trash fire with some good communities on it. I don't want to get into this discussion because it's like, it's a fact. There's no discussing it. It's like every social media. It's a trash fire, but it has its uses. Reddit is one of those things. It's a trash fire that happens to have its uses. A well-moderated subreddit can be pretty decent. Dwarf Fortress subreddit is one of the good ones. Happens to be a very good platform for small games forums. That's about it. I wouldn't use it for anything serious. I mean, I really like photography subreddits, but your character in DF was in the other fort, Eternal, which is the other world, was still alive when I retired that fort, but hasn't shown up at either of the new forts, which is good because 80 out of 90 dwarves in the other fort died. So this fort is really difficult to get into because of the low population, and I only have an opening whenever there's a new child, basically. I mean, I love many subreddits. There are a lot of very, very good subreddits. Cheers, Eternal. But yeah, no, this fort's hard to get into, but I'm kind of, like, if you have a suggestion or something you'd like to see me build in this fort, I kind of want to be able to have other methods of interacting with it aside from just... I need to put a roof on this so freaking bad. I want people to have other methods of interacting with this fort aside from just having dwarves, because, like, realistically, that's going to be really difficult to do. It's not technically above ground. It's, nature burned to the ground and converted into a great mining pit. It's a big hole. This is an open hole, and goes down to here. And we're building in it. So, yes? Oh, also, there's a big tower that kind of goes up this way. And up to here, which I haven't done anything with yet. So it's kind of a really big hole, yeah. One could say it's a shithole, and it's the shithole we know. Also, if you're wondering what those weird colors down on the bottom here are, some trees sprouted out of the sides of the cavern coming down and are raining fruits down, so those are plums. And down here we have alder. I dug it with picks. This is how it happened. But yeah, chat, good talk. I don't know. I'm just picky about how I use language, I guess, at the end of the day. I mean, we have more iron than we'll need for a long time. I've made literally like 15,000 crafts that I've shipped off to the neighbors. We technically have about 2,000 mudstone left, but most of that has been used for building. We have 2,200 on the dot limonite. There's a couple blocks in the map. Couple. Yeah, I have 173 iron bars right now. We got tons left, too. Yeah. So we size that, make that a little bigger. I guess kind of the final thing I'll say in regards to Dwarf Fortress and its learning difficulty is at the age of like 9 or 8, maybe even 7, I learned to play Star Wars TIE Fighter. Control scheme-wise, game's about the same. All right, where's Esther Banjos? There you are. Our sheriff. It was easy to dig and make the underground as it is in Dwarf Fortress. It is. You just need a shovel. Have you ever tried digging for a year straight? You can make a pretty big hole. I mean, like just remember that, right? Like, it did take us literally a decade to dig this hole, and then another decade for us to remove all of the boulders from this hole. And we haven't actually removed them all yet. We've been in this fort for 34 years, and we still have boulders at the bottom of this hole. So, 30 people given 34 years could dig a pretty big hole if they really, really wanted to. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's easy. Like, easy is kind of relevant. But yes, the hole is pretty big. And yes, dwarves are inhumanly strong. Yeah, it's those damn communist unionized dwarves with universal basic income destroying all of your capitalistic progress. I mean, what? Dwarves aren't capitalists. Don't be stupid. Just like real life. Yeah, exactly. Here come the elves ready to trade. Although trading with the elves has gotten difficult because I don't have as much crafts to just dump on them. So I've been giving them clothing. Like, yes, take all my crappy used clothing. Or you'll love it. Like, look at all of these pigtail tunics. Although we'll sell them. We'll sell them some drinks. Lots of drinks. And I could also sell them plants. Actually, no, we can do that. Let's do that. Because I've got more plants than I reasonably know what to do with. As long as they're all pots, they're fine. Wait, can you make small pots? I just realized they have like the large modifier on them. That's interesting. Like in real life? Maybe? I didn't... it's just I never noticed the large specificity on that. Alright, so Astro has been reassigned to new bedroom, which means I can remove all of this stuff from Astro's living space. You seem to be pretty happy with your new bedroom. I feel like this is almost a dumb question, but why? You know? Why? Is there a reason for this that's logical? I think this dwarf is gonna like this living space. Be a nice living space for this dwarf. And I'm assuming there is more reason to it than just getting into the Guinness Book of World Records, right? Which is a super respectable organization that everybody should strive to have their name in. It's for science, actually? Actual science? Okay. I don't know. I think the coolest holes that we've dug on Earth are the seed sanctuaries up in the Arctic. Those are so fucking neat. Like, the actual story of those are super interesting. So, is this a bug? Maybe someone can help explain this to me. Hey, Simtaxon. Taxagon? Hi. You need to help convince me, or help me convince Evil Trick to play this game. Just start bugging him. Every single time you see Evil Trick stream, just be like, hey, so when are you going to start playing Dwarf Fortress? Because we need to drag him over here, kicking and screaming to the dark side. How's things? So maybe someone can help explain this to me. Every single time, and I literally mean every single time, the elves come and trade. There's feather tree egg yolks that appear on my trading depot. On my side, to trade back to them. I have no feather trees and have no way of trading them. And I always just trade them back to them without really thinking about it. What the fuck? Are they egging my trading depot before they trade with me? Like, do they literally just, like, get off the bandwagons and just, like, chuck eggs at me? They were studying the crust and hoped to reach the mantle? Huh. So they literally did a Dwarf Fort IRL. I mean, it's fine. They keep giving me information about where the humans are expanding to, so I don't actually mind all that much. I'm genuinely trading with them for world map info. Genuinely. At this point. That's why I'm not generating things or trade or doing or okay, actually, here's a better question. Why would any sane dwarf decorate something with wood when you have a perfectly good gem or stone to decorate it with? I mean, like, I'm totally fine with massacring trees en masse and paving roads with them. But why would you decorate something intended for dwarf use with wood when you have metals, much more dwarfy things? The borehole is only a meter or so across. That's still pretty dwarfy. Now you just need a very long stairway going down. All right, what'd they bring? Any fun animals? Did they bring any, Brought a wild boar, water buffalo. They didn't bring me any unicorns. I just want your damn unicorns. Bring me unicorns, you twits. Like, you have one job, and it's bring me unicorns. Still no fun, though. I got plenty of great horned owls. Oh, never mind. They brought a flying squirrel. We'll take that. And a gray squirrel. We'll take that. Eh, fuck it. Why not? We'll buy an emu from them. I don't need a cow. Pick a great horned owl, the other emu. These will go great in my zoo. I don't need the horse because that'll just die. I don't need wild boar because we already have pigs. It's 23.9 inches. That's a very small hole. There goes my, like, dreams of people falling into it. No, you turned around to grab something. So did Evil Trick, like, just end, Hexagon? Yeah, enough to break your leg. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I wouldn't want to fall into it. Yeah, you did. Gotcha. Hope you had a good stream. He slept through a meeting we had last night. Not super impressive. It's fine. Recorded it and sent it to him. It's just kind of funny. Twit slept through his alarm. They sealed off the hole now? Oh, that's no fun. They should just throw people they don't like into it. Head first. My Discord's moving again. I can't handle with how quickly it's moving. Thanks for making me try and take a day off. Or thanks for throwing channel points to make me go away. How many books we at? 184. I'm very impressed by the output capacity of this fortress. Like, the amount we've actually been able to trade is kind of impressive. Let's try to turn the world upside down and build tree huts? So you mean build tree forts? I mean, that's especially fun when a tree dies or when a tree gets knocked down. Well, so there's a really good screenshot or set of GIFs that somebody posted on Reddit a little while ago, where they used DF Hack to embark on an elven settlement, and they just dug underneath the trees and started caving them all in, because elves like live in these weird tree forts. They're quite funky. That's actually one reason that I would say is definitely worth checking out. Adventure mode is so that you can, you know, play around with that stuff. I have a breeding pair of gray langurs. Should I keep them in cages or try and make baby gray langurs? And then tame them. Well, I mean, there's one documented time of somebody who's done that. I'm all right. I don't understand why people think inverse pyramids are so cool. They're pretty easy to make, actually. And recreates the feast scene from Temple of Doom. I haven't seen Temple of Doom in like 15 years. Kind of want to breed monkeys. Kind of do. Just don't know where I'd do it. Actually, we can do it in this room. Just trying to figure out what to do with this area right here. Try and remove some more of these. Cage, Grey Langer. Cage, Grey Langer. Need to put a roof on top of this, which I was already kind of working on. I mean, we don't have to, but I'm going to. We'll just use this straight nice. It's wasted materials, but I kind of want to clear the floors. And this will clear the floors in this room. Yeah, the mudstone is like 98% gone. There's a little bit around the edges, but I'm not worrying about it anymore. The age of mudstone has finally come to a close. We are now in the age of nice. The unfortunately named nice. Or as I like to pronounce it, Guinness, because... Guinness. Also, thanks everybody for throwing channel points and making me go away. If you don't like my stream, you can throw channel points to make me go away for a whole 24 hours. In reality, I'll probably just edit videos or sleep. That's what I did the last time. It got full as I slept. Eternal, thank you very much. Cheers. For that tier 1 subscription. Enjoy those stupid skulls and the dwarfs and the various emotes. Cheers. Doesn't really matter what we make the ropes out of. And thanks very much for helping support the stream. Let me do this full time. Trying to get a proper big old round of beers with a brand new subscriber. Gotta love the subs being on sale, yeah? Yeah, techno trolling. Costs you your time. That's it. Well, thank you. Cheers. I mean, I'm only able to do this full time because miraculously enough people decide to show a little appreciation every month that I get to pay all my bills, live alone, stream Dwarf Fortress and other games that I'm into. And it's an incredibly privileged, fortunate position to be in. I still can't quite comprehend it on the daily, I'll be honest. Living the dream? Yeah, I'm living a dream. Maybe not the dream, but a dream. I think living the dream is kind of a weird term to me. Maybe not the dream, but it's a dream. It was my dream. It's not a perfect dream, but it's something I wouldn't trade for anything. How you doing, Scrit? I'm very sad, Scrit. Not one, but both of your goblins in the other world died in the community world. Because they were both visitors in a fort where one of my military commanders went completely, totally, utterly, and batshit nuts and murdered everybody. Like, literally everybody. So your town was just like real life then? Adventure mode last week for the first time in like 6 years. There was a rhino man riding a horse. I went around slaughtering goblin pits. Seems like a badass. Tried to take a tower and I found some human baby taint to cool. At which point made me and my body would get thrown back into a slam. And then one again, you feel blisters forming? Huh. Wow. Well, at least you got to feel blisters before you died. Yeah, intelligent undead are scary. Grey Langer is fighting. Oh. A bunch more Grey Langers. Let's just put the squads in the middle of the floor to go beat up those. Oh, there they go. There's two. Grey Langers before they're actually able to steal any of my books. They keep trying to like run into the fort and steal my books. I'm hoping we can train some Grey Langers and then live in a happy union with tame Grey Langers. There we go. Monkeys. Yeah, one of the first intelligent undead I encountered, like, made a fist and could make things feel pain at a distance. I'm not quite sure what the limitations to that ability was, but it was pretty brutal. I'll say that. Why's that? Slippery? You know, think about it this way, right? A restaurant doesn't need to be big and fancy to survive. You know, you can have a mom and pop joint with 3 chairs that just makes burgers all day that does just fine. Does it look like the biggest, most successful business? No, but the people who run it are making bank. It's all about how you manage it. Like, viewer numbers do not equal dollars, you know? I think a friend of mine who doesn't stream anymore a couple of years ago said it best when he was incredibly baked. And he was actually talking about a friend of his at the time who I've never met, who I know only by name, who speedruns. And he was saying that, man, if he just sold out a little bit harder, he'd actually be able to make a living off it. And my friend was always annoyed and pissed off with this person for not being able to stream full time, even though he got thousands, and still does get thousands of concurrent viewers, because he puts absolutely no effort into making money doing this. I don't think he wants to. But my friend said it best, which was, you don't need to have 10,000 subscribers. You don't need to have, you know, a massive tips. You just need 10 people to give you $150 a month. And you're good. In most living situations. Everything else is a bonus. And yeah, that's a lot of money to ask from a small number of people. But you stretch that by a little bit, and you realize that 1,000 people tune into my channel every day. It might not look like I have that many people watching. There's 83 people watching this stream right now. This person still asks. I'm going to say yes to this person one of these days. Actually, chat. Okay, so this bard has requested to reside in Longdeath for the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors every year for the last 20 years. Should we say yes? Or no? Because I've said no every year. Must be a vampire. No, yes, approve. Cena Shovel Brews. But anyway, to kind of finish my my sentence, I guess. If you create something that people value and you have obvious dedication to your craft and you're very consistent about it and you have low overhead, you can survive doing weirder things. Can I view her skills? No. She's not a member of the fort, so I can't. I just know that she comes by every year, hangs out in my tavern and library, plays some music, dances for a bit, and leaves. Her right foot bears a straight scar. She's a medium-sized creature prone to ambition. She has crinkly hair that is extremely long, and her nose bridge is incredibly concave. Yeah, same, Lump. I know that she's an artist. She has that foot injury and an elbow injury. No, she's not flashing. Why'd she be flashing? It's a scar, so it's a healed wound. It's not an open wound. So it's not affecting her ability to function. Or it's not affecting his ability to function, rather. I don't know why I'm reading it as her. Yeah, she'd be flashing if she was legendary, and that would make me concerned that she... I initially thought you were talking about flashing as in, like... I initially thought you meant flashing as in, like, injured, like flashing red. Sign location. A simple dinner. Tina, Double Bruise. Welcome. Longdeath. You're an expert organizer, but very rusty. Competent comedian, an adequate counselor, a high master dancer, and an excellent expert musician, and an adept singer. Is dabbling in a whole bunch of different forms of dance and music, and plays several instruments, dabbling some, intermediate at others. The dabbling fighter and armor user. Has a lover who doesn't live here. All right. Is, oh, you know, this probably keeps coming back because this person is friends with Lump. I can always expel her later. Oh, no, totally. Has 3 children and a lover. Worships 3 deities. Okay. Has a long-term acquaintance who's in this fort. Does anybody want to be the first human in the fortress? Who is uneasy dwelling upon being caught in the rain and mulling over the reoccurring memory allowed him to rethink his intellectual values and changed his personal tendencies. Kind of worried. Likes rice beer and barley flour. There you go. I can now reside in Longdeath. I am so grateful. He has the appearance of somebody that is 64 years old and is one of the first of his kind. His crinkly hair is extremely long and his nose bridge is incredibly concave. He has a very clear voice and his eyebrows are low. His ears are very short and his raw amber eyes are somewhat narrow. His hair is gray with flecks of flax and his skin is dark brown. His right foot bears a short, straight scar. He is incredibly quick to heal, extremely agile and slow to tire, and rarely sick. Likes copper, blue garnet, elephant leather, and spears. And millstones. And he personally sees the concealment of emotion is a betrayal, and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. He thinks that the pursuit of skills in warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed and values sacrifice, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and sees equal parts harmony and discord as part of life. He dreams of raising a family, never feels discouraged, and always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He does not care less about appearance or talents and personal vanities, and pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking matters, and he is a tense and jittery, and he, in situations requiring, He is always tense and jittery, and he is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills, often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, and occasionally overindulges. He tries to keep things orderly, and often finds obligations confining, though he values the concept of loyalty, and is troubled by these natural tendencies. He can handle stress, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship, and is grateful when others help him out. Tries to return favors, and is given to flights of fancy. He does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, is quick to anger, and tenses up when he's nervous. He tenses up when he's nervous, and when he's trying to remember something, he usually starts tapping his feet. Hello, Hayes. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I need some empty cages. Make 5 wood. Okay, so I've got these 2. Grey Langurs in cages. We're going to train them, then get them moved to these chains, and let them make baby Grey Langurs. And then hopefully we can learn to be one and live in harmony with the Grey Langurs. I don't know what we can do with them, but I think having a few tame Grey Langurs running around might be interesting. How you could flay a goblin? With a knife? I don't know how else to answer that question. I'm sorry. I mean, chat, any ideas how you could flay a goblin? Oh, in DF? Why are you trying to flay a goblin? Kind of wish I could jump to those. I mean, make a whip. Yeah, maybe with a knife, with a whip. Any other kind of weapon, really? Kind of thinking about putting bars around them. I think how else I can make this cage look more interesting. Chat, what's some things that you think Grey Langurs would like in a cage? What do you guys think? We have these 2 Grey Langurs in here. Those are not the Grey Langurs I thought they were going to put in there, but that's fine if they're both trained. I can just deconstruct both of these. Apparently they're all legendary climbers. Interesting. I didn't actually realize that. Oh, did I put 2 females there? That's going to be a problem. Okay, well, let's just slaughter one of these then. I need to put a male one. There you go. Stuff to climb on. Yeah, I was kind of thinking like trees, you know? Have a good one, all. We'll see you later, Animal. Thank you very much for hanging out, man. Get some good sleep. Or whatever you're going to do. And a skinning knife from a human caravan and a dungeon master with a doctoring skill to flay prisoners. I feel like that's bullshit. Is that actually real? Can you actually flay prisoners? What? Mostly certain that's bullshit. All right, so now we have a female and a male gray langur monkey that are both trained. All right, make me some tame babies. I'm gonna just quickly make this into a pasture for gray langurs. And there we go. How about... 5.5 hours of meeting your brain is borked. Well, hello. I hope that your borked brain can recover quickly. What kind of tree do you think they'd climb in? I mean, I was up until 2 a.m. because of a meeting. Lugs, I'm right there with you. 2 a.m. Meeting started at midnight. Meeting went very late. A tree with fruits? An apple tree? Or how about an apricot tree? Or an avocado tree? This is an image of an avocado tree. And a blazing sun. There you go. A beautiful statue made of a proper material like iron for our new monkey friends. You know, of course, they would love to have trees, but that's not very dwarfy. So instead, we are going to... I mean, you can make a statue of a tree being flayed. Slippery. So in this case, we have an image of an avocado tree and a blazing sun, and the avocado tree is burning. As the tree should be. We're gonna make 4 of those statues, and they're gonna be for our monkeys. Oh, being able to flay prisoners. I mean, I don't know what the point would be. I mean, I guess you could give your hammerer a sword, but then you'd like accuse somebody of a crime and they'd die instantly. Would be about how well that would go, I'd imagine. Let's eat those. And try and train those emus so we can eat them too. Cinnamon is basically a flayed tree? What? I mean, yeah, I guess kind of. Because, like, cinnamon is bark, is it not? Also, hey, Quatch, how you doing today? So, you guys can watch our new bard run around. Peeled off a live tree. Yeah, I guess, well, you would have to flay a tree to get syrup out of it. Anyway, you guys can follow our newest fort edition the human who asked to join this fortress every year for 20 years. And eventually we gave them the goddamn job. So I'm going to go do my lunch stuff real quick. I will be back in a little bit with a sandwich. Hopefully my blood sugar's come down. It feels like it has, but my forehead's still kind of numb, so who fucking knows. I'll be back in a little bit. Fingers crossed my blood sugar's back where it should be. Let's start the soundtrack over first. It doesn't end in a minute. And thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If possible, can I get a round of beers? And if you have sound commands, now's the time to entertain people with them. Back in a minute. This is not a Diablo remix, but you're the second person to ask that. It's the soundtrack for Pyre. So good news is, blood sugar is normal. Bad news is, holy fuck, that injection hurt. This hurts sometimes. Hey, Vin. Nice emote you got there. Peach Tea's art's good. The previous one is also the soundtrack from Pyre. It's an hour-and-a-half long soundtrack for Pyre, so no, it wasn't a Diablo remix. All right, so now we stare at these monkeys until we have baby monkeys running around. Also, sup, love. Frogs. We do actually have a bunch of frog emotes because we have Fogs emotes. If you have V2TV, we have all those. I mean, maybe they can convince the other monkeys to fuck off and stop stealing our shit or trying to steal our shit. Because frankly, it's kind of annoying how often they do that. Let's see what the human thinks of this. Sleeping in a bedroom, like a personal palace. At least somebody's happy about the bedroom. Who are these mealy-mouthed cowards trying to impress? Wow. Okay, so where's Morden buried? Because Dwarves keep seeing Morden's dead body. I thought Morden was buried. Okay. You got your skeleton and your hand in a nice coffin. How are people seeing your body? What? In other news, Bastet's doing a weaving demonstration. Clearly, Morden. Yeah, clearly. Like, you're still affecting the fortress, and you haven't been here for a long time. Well, at least your clothing is good. And you have a good bedroom. Like a personal palace, even. No crimes have been committed? All right. I've got this dwarf just binding so many books. DeBerries has been binding books basically all day. It's actually kind of awesome watching him do that. Start your day with the mountain homes. Poppy. is using a granite book binding and pigtail thread. Oh, geez, did I just forbid that? Yep, I did. Hit the wrong button, so they canceled it. My bad. Also, investments are open if you missed it. I mean, Tarn has stated in the past, Nebelroy, that he doesn't want to do any canon, because that would ruin the point. The point of the game is to have your own unique, endlessly replayable world. Or worlds. No. I'd be kind of sad if it was added as canon. Because while it's an entertaining story, I don't want it to be in the game. I mean, it's bloody cool to reuse worlds, Tycob. I'm still wondering when and if a Necromancer tower will form, because we've had many, like, Dwarven forts show up and other things spawn in this world. What is Slaves of Armok 1? I don't know. Download it and find out. I don't know why there's a 22 at the start of that, but must have just been sitting there. Probably was hitting buttons. It's not actually linked anywhere. They got rid of it because it was confusing people. But if you just go to bay12games.com/armok, you can download it still. I don't actually think it's playable. So, like, I think a lot of the mechanics are permanently disabled. So just know that going in, I guess. Those should be suspended. Yeah, I mean, Slaves to Armok 1 is a fully 3D game that I guess would have turned into something like DF Adventure Mode if they actually finished it. I have not tried it, no, Liam. Not that interested in it, to be honest. But yeah, no, if you just type in Slaves to Armok into Google or whatever your search engine of choice is, this is kind of what it looks like. This. Yeah. Armok, God of Blood. And they worked on it for, I think it was 7 years. They were never able to quite make it work. Oh, hey, Spitalier. An emu is reverted to... Holy fuck, I have a lot of emus. Let's just tame these, and the second they're tame, let's eat them. They must have all just spawned on the edge of the map. Yep. They totally did. Yeah, he often talks about it because that question comes up a lot. Which is actually one of my favorite things about the Steam version is that they're just kind of doing away with the slaves to Armok. Like, if they were titling it Slaves to Armok 2 God of Blood, or Chapter 2 God of Blood, Dwarf Fortress on Steam, I would shake my head and be like, why? Of course it's okay. Aw, that sucks, Liam. I will be here streaming. We now know a few facts about emu training. Maybe after we're done with the gray langurs. So for gray langurs, I'm going to assign mom and dad to this. Well, I mean, I guess I could do that, although they might go wild again. Maybe I don't want to do that. Dwarf Fortress 3D. Crypt Comfy underscore SG, I think, ran out on my end. Oh no, they stole the parchment choir as long as it's got nothing written on it. I don't really care, in theory. But I will fucking care. Did that emu come wild? Nope, this is a trained emu. Aren't you supposed to be slaughtered, trained emu? Yes, you are. Why did that dwarf stop slaughtering you? Trained emu. Are you going back to be with your friends? That's unfortunate. I don't like this emu just running around. Anybody gonna, you know, slaughter the emu? Anytime? And every workshop is a DLC. I mean, you have to buy your workshop skins. No, you got it. Sorry about that, Tycob. But you got it. Also, over here, we're planting barley, fisherberry, and nothing there. Fisherberry, rope reed. We have so much plant cloth. Wait, how much thread do we have? Because I've stopped auto-looming thread. 423 thread. Let's spin thread 150. And cloth. Trousers. 40. Cloth. Shoe. 40. Cloth. Clock. Sock. 40. I will train the emus once we're done taming gray langurs. But currently we have bigger problems, like the dwarven child that is stumbling around obliviously. Astro, are you okay? You were totally fine. What the fuck happened to you? and suddenly got kind of depressed. Want to acquire something. Probably quest sequel. Oh, this is an odd dwarf. I wish I could slaughter them from in that window. I don't want to accidentally slaughter the ones that are chained. The quality of your goods. Do you go through and destroy, recycle low quality goods? Dwarves don't generally use low quality goods. I don't really care about managing the quality of my goods. But worn out clothing and crappy items that are getting destroyed, I will just sell. Or destroy. Usually sell though. I don't really worry about low quality goods outside of clothing. But I generally sell off everything I don't need regardless of quality. I don't worry too much about it. There's a lot of things I wish dwarves would do in leisure time, like smoke pipes. I really wish dwarves would just smoke pipes. It'd be nice. But they don't. So, what can I do? I was near to a door. This pleases me, says the human. Also, just for a certain posterity, I'm wondering, how is Hot Cup of Tea doing? 14 years old? I saw the dwarf tell the story of the masterful... Oh, this is going to be our history for a long time. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the masterful Mudstone Ring, created by Axon for the eternal adventure of time in Longdeath in the late winter of the year 21 at the Simple Dinner, and it is very interesting. It's going to haunt us for the next 1,000 years, isn't it? They're going to be telling stories of the Mudstone Rings that they made in a millennia. Hot Cup of Tea, your dwarf's pretty good. You're a little annoyed by the rain and kind of lonely, but you're doing all right. And you don't need to. You really don't need to. Although, you can just kind of let them do their thing. They will always try and get the nicest of whatever items are available. I mean, you might be thinking of your military, but like, you don't even need to do that with them. And unless you want them to use like specific artifact weapons, there's really no reason to. They will just, unless they get attached to an item, they will just go equip whatever the newest, nicest item is. About not acquiring things, they want new clothes, maybe they want some jewelry, they like to be extravagant perhaps, so maybe they want to go shopping, or the dwarven equivalent of shopping. So in this case would be like going to the crafts dwarf shops and putting on some new rings. If all the walls are made of artifact doors. I mean, it wouldn't be very stable for one, and you can only do... Like, I can't put a door in the middle of nowhere. So it would need to be like wall, door, door, wall, door, door, wall, door, door. So it would be exactly the same as a normal wall, because normal walls are indestructible, except you'd have to lock them to stop things from getting through. So kind of impractical, goats. But, I mean, you could do it. Speaking of, I should probably make some... Maybe not just straight crafts. Let's say crown, rock. 300. We'll work through some of this nice, because yeah, let's work through the nice. And, crown, rock, 241. Work through the granite. Yes. Goats. From the plains that sleep below, but that's okay. Dumb questions are permitted. Open wide, hear the song of gentle morning for the lost and lonesome bride. Lump is currently sleeping, so unable to do the manager stuffs. Flowers hide from the song of gentle morning. Say, will a dwarf who is attached to a stick use that as a weapon even if you switch them to a non-swip? So if you manually equip that squad to a different uniform, they will go equip a different weapon, but they will get a sad moodlet. It's like separated from or something. It's a negative it's a negative mood. With non-DF hack, do you see what date it is? Top right of the screen in the Z menu. It's 27th of Galena, year 40, late summer. How do you not know that's there? Yeah, it's just top right corner. So like often when I'm going to this menu, I'm checking the date. Yeah, I do move through menus too fast. Feel free to let me know if you're lost at any point. You never noticed that it's on that screen? Fair enough. I find the DF hack stuff distracting. When I see streams and they have like the moods and all that stuff down at the bottom, I find it very distracting. Give Kitty a pet for me. Just purring on your phone. Oh. Well, I can't really purr back, so. Nor can I pet her. Also, hey, Harry. GoPro 9? I mean, I bought a 5, so... I bought the really outdated one because I don't care. And that was my thought process. I don't use war animals, so no. Unless they're dogs, really. I'll train animals and like chain them up in places, but I don't really use war animals. I personally think war animals are just kind of useless. Yeah. Like, I think dogs are pretty effective. But like, generally, if I'm using war animals, I'm invading something and not actually, like, worrying about fighting them on my land. So it doesn't really matter because it's like, well, I'm just killing all these things anyway. Whenever they get to me. You don't have to worry about speed when they're traveling somewhere, right? They're useful when invading enemy places. They're not particularly useful when enemies are invading you. But then again, using impractical things in DF is some of the most fun you can have in DF. You carve a road down this way so that they have an easier time. The traders have arrived, and that's why we were just pumping out crafts. Or one of the reasons. Or at the very least, a whole bunch of crowns. And, bring a few food barrels, because I got a bunch of them. Let's also bring... Apparently I have some emu eggs? That was fast. Bring some... Let's give them some barley wine and some dwarven wine. I don't know what extracts I have, but apparently I have a lye barrel. Could try and trade these, but kind of don't really want to bother. Got a bunch of tunics I can sell. I don't need this many. But yeah, no, puppies are great as an alarm. Animals are great at, like, spotting baddies. I don't really care for the... Why is there just a fucking monkey running around? No, it's one of the ones that's set to be et. I don't really care for using military animals much. Doing okay there, game. Do you need a leg up? You doing alright, a non-profit apostle? It's been a while. How you been? Also, I would argue that the DF UI is very practical. In fact, it's very minimalist and simplistic, whereas something like a consoleized UI with big, bright pictures and giant animated backgrounds is very impractical and frankly a waste of time when such a simple UI works just fine. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. There is information that you need to check. What requests do you have of our merchants? Although in this case, it's practical in the point of the developer, not practical in the point of the user. But who cares? You got sucked into RuneScape? I'm so sorry. Do I need to, like, tell anybody that, like, you're still alive? Like, we can inform your family or next of kin that you've been sucked into the RuneScape hole. I know. But I'm so bloody tired of hearing people just be mean to the DFUI for the sake of it, thinking they're hilarious. So tired of it. It's like, yeah, okay. The UI is bad. We get it. Now, how are you? It's like going to a farm that's really stinky because they've recently fertilized the fields with cow poop. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement, and every single time you go over to that farm, let's say your friend lives there, you tell them that it stinks. After the 18th time, they'd be like, yeah, we know. Like, duh. Should tell them to get good. Yes. I look forward to our meeting next year. Screw. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I forgot that Screw is my expedition leader. It's like, I am hilarious. To be fair, non-profit apostle, You hung out around this stream for about a couple weeks. Then I went on a hike with my dad and was thinking about Twitch. And then I got the joke for your name and just started laughing like an idiot halfway down a mountain. And my dad's like, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I just got a joke. It literally took me like the better part of a couple of months or better part of a couple of weeks to dawn on me the pun that is your name. No, it's not. It was a barony, and then our baron died. You're not the next of kin. You're just the expedition leader. So you're not actually royalty. Yeah, I'm waiting for the humans to show up. We actually haven't spoken to the humans yet. We traded with the elves and we traded with the dwarves. We haven't traded with the humans yet. I'm hoping that we'll get to trade with the humans in the future. What, non-profit apostle? It's like... But there's layers to it, right? Because it's spelled profit. It's like the Prophets of Rage. It's like, oh, it's spelled profits, as in, like, benefit. Ah. Oh. You're not a... I get it. Oh. Or they never get it? Hey, it just took me 3 weeks. I mean, I got the first joke in your name, the non-profit apostle. I was like, oh, I get it. And then I realized that it's not spelled profits. I'm an idiot. That's with you and Adam's fashion. You try and get efficient as possible. I don't know why I deserve the... Wait, who's getting aggression? Flippercraft? But like, hold on. I'm just being a... I told you to get good. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out... I mean, I did say get good in regards to FPS. I don't know. Not me. Okay. TF does have issues with frames, though. It's not a matter of getting good. Like, I just had a frame drop right there, but, like, I know what caused it, so it's fine. It's because we just had a full moon. Every full moon, I get a lag spike. Which means somewhere in the world, there's a were creature going ape shit. Cassie. Oh, you're fighting with a buzzard. That's the problem. There you go. Bunch of twits. So you saw me pop up the other day? No problem. Glad I could be of service. This game is just kind of like a comfort blanket for me right now. Is a real three-letter French word for egg? Good is the word for egg? What? No, that's called life coach. Although life coaches also get lots of profit, non-profit apostle. Buy a couple steel maces because I don't have any flagstone yet. Steel spear. Another steel spear. Yeah, I've lost people to buzzards now. Those stained buzzards. Also, just to be completely clear, I know it wasn't me in this case, but if I ever tell anybody to get good, I never actually mean it. It's something that I say very ironically. But I think that's the case for most people. Very few people use the term get good literally. No, you're supposed to get good. Hayes. You're not supposed to get good. You're supposed to get good. Just get good and figure that out. I don't know. This is a donkey has been found dead. God damn it. Fucking buzzards are trying to start a war again. They knocked one of the trader's donkeys off the edge. Ya fucking twits. Where are these buzzards at? These buzzards are gonna, like, cause some serious issues in the future. Not like a donkey vampire? I mean, it could be a donkey person vampire. I don't think you can just have a vampire donk, though. Roof time? It has a roof. I maybe I need to build actual walls instead of just these iron bars. No, I'm thinking about actually just, like, making a ramp that goes all the way down to, like, here. How many? Oh, you mean how many can they send to attack you? There? Depends on what you set it to. I think by default the invader cap is 220. And that generally tries to be approximate based on what you have or based on your value. So the more things you have to defend yourself, the more things they will throw at you. But you can set it to kind of whatever you want. The docile donkey drops down the deep, deep dwarven dish. Death. And there was much rejoicing, because it was loud as fuck. You ever been around a donkey? God damn, they're noisy creatures. Hold on, let me check, because I haven't actually changed it in this world. Whoa! I don't know what the fuck I did, but it just opened like a is there like an open all option on like recent video visited things in Windows? Because I think I just clicked it because it just opened it like a dozen windows. Made me worried for a second there. All right. Yeah, so I have the default set right now. Invasion soldier cap 220. Visitor cap 300. Baby child cap. And then that's my population cap. So 32 and 45 with strict. So basically people will stop asking to join and they'll stop having babies at 45. But invaders, they can send up to 220 based on my... In your world, Flipper? Well, I mean... Necromancers are fine. They just have weird hobbies. Yeah! Quite literally! Quite literally. Did anybody here ever get, like, the actual pop-up for Rickroll back in the day? The one that, like, would bounce around your screen and you have to try and exit out of and... All in a folder of bookmarks? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I have it set to 45 to keep the frame rate up and to keep the dwarves more easier to manage. and so that less things attack me, so that I can, you know, manage a fortress full of dwarves effectively. You got that a bunch back in the day? Yeah, you had to, like, basically just, like, hard shut off the PC because it wouldn't let you do anything. The good old days. I mean, I was watching The Boys the other day, and one of the characters' ringtones is Rickrolled, and I was like, well, guess this is just where we live now. $45 for dwarves? Yeah. It's a good number to be able to get to know all your dwarves properly. Pictures of fully clothed old ladies. I don't think I ever got that one. I do remember this one website that a friend of mine thought was way too fucking funny in high school, which was called Moan My IP. It was, it would just tell you your IP, but it would be in like this awkward moaning sound. A very strange website that a friend of mine was way too into. Sounds awesome. I wouldn't quite say awesome. Better question. It's still up? Okay, well. My favorite stupid website right now, I'm not going to click on that because that might get me banned. My favorite stupid website is this one. Turn down your volume. Loud noise alert if clicked. That's my favorite one currently. My favorite stupid website. It's up there with isitchristmasyet.com now. And also is it canceled yet? Just wait until the just figure it out. Dude, here's the thing. Like, I've been complaining a lot about the smoke, right? And it doesn't work. Oh no. It's funny. I've had a lot of people saying, I'm sorry for America and stuff like that, King. But the reality of it is this. Canada's on fire too right now. We have our own forest fires. It's just right now the big ones in Cali and the big ones in Oregon just really aren't helping. I have a question. Does dank.infinite.pizza still exist? Can someone go to dank.infinite.pizza and turn down your volume a lot? I'm too scared to. But I'm actually really curious. Is dank.infinite.pizza still up? Yeah, no, totally. That site's gone. Boo! Oh, that makes me sad. Sambo.com. Welcome. Yes. I love dumb websites. Although the useless web is a pretty good place to get that. Actually, I wonder what dumb.com sends you to now. Not what it used to. It used to just redirect to Trump. To Trump's Wikipedia page, and made me very happy. Or was that stupid.com? Probably shouldn't just be like, you know, searching up these random things. Did anybody watch Star Wars in ASCII within Windows CMD? Because I did. I watched all of Star Wars in ASCII. Yeah. Oh, that was fun. I never saw The Matrix in ASCII. Did anybody see that ASCII port of Doom? Since we're talking about random ASCII shit. See if I can find a video of it. Whatever. He pulled up Star Wars and his mind was blown. I still feel like some people have put way too much time into shit like that. You just watched it while you worked. I mean, that's what bosses are for, right? Doing nothing while you do everything, because you're the one getting paid by them to do everything, right? That's how that works? I don't know. I've never had an employee, so... Dwarven child is throwing a tantrum, so just normal Dwarven stuff. Ironically, the prisons we have now are so frickin' nice. It would probably, like, fix most dwarves immediately. Every single prison cell has a silver cabinet, a silver table, a silver throne, a rose gold statue, and an electrum chest, a masterwork bed, and a black bronze chain. I made a video about that 4 days ago, I think. 4 days ago? I think it was about 4 days ago. I don't have a ton of excess silver, but I have enough excess silver. Because currently, what do I have for Galena? I have 41 Galena, but I smelted like a third of it, and I know where there's a lot more. Yeah, I've got 28 silver left. How much lead do I have? Where's lead at? 41 lead, and I've already made 40 lead statues. 40. 40! I was complaining about zones last week. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think of it, gang? I quite like the zone UI. I think it needs a little bit more immediate feedback. Like, I think the buttons need to, like, click in and stuff when you click them, but I think they look quite nice. That video is still getting a lot of views. Holy shit. That video is getting, like, 80 views an hour still. It's been up for a few days. I've made $7 in ad revenue off of my video about zones in DF. $7.57 in ad revenue. I've made like fucking $3 a day actually since the 10th. I'm pretty happy with that on the YouTubes. Look at that passive income. I'll be rich in no time. Yeah, it's not silver that I have excess of. It's iron that I have excess of. But I'm kind of putting off doing much with the iron because I don't have Flexstone yet. Yeah, them YouTube monies, right? Which is why I will never blame any YouTuber ever for making a Patreon. Do you remember back when people used to get mad at YouTubers for making Patreons? My God. And I'll be dead. Be like. Although I ain't complaining. I make about $40 to $50 a month on YouTube now. I'm not complaining at all. Like that's paying for my Adobe, which I'm gonna unsubscribe from at the end of the year as I'm switching over to some open source software. I'm making the jump over to Olive Editor from Adobe because I'm fucking tired of paying for it, frankly. That bill's kicked me in the butt a couple of times, and Olive Editor has most of the same features at this point, so. It's just a thumbs up. Like, that one's always just been... seems good as one of the few, like, genuinely neutral emotes to me. It's just thumbs up. Thumbs up. What stockpiles are coins stored in? In my fort? Or just in general? Actually, I made a bunch of coins. I should figure out somewhere to put those. Olive editor. Actually, I know where to put them. Yeah, olive. Olive. Bloodmen? You have a tribe of bloodmen? Bloodmen. Also, I should make more. Silver coin. 10. But yeah, I think that there's just a... Yeah, N. Coins. Just gonna pile coins up here. Also, no bins, because I want to be able to see my damn coins. That might be a newer fork. But I've been using it on and off, and it's actually at the point now where I can just use it in place of Premiere Pro. But as far as I know, Olive's been around for a few years now. Yeah, there's a coin stockpile. PN. There we go. Here come my coins. Although the most I ever made on YouTube was I got $150 in 1 month. That was, well, no, about $200 in 1 month. And that was because I had a video that got about 60,000 views and then a couple that hit 15,000. It was when they put out the first few screenshots of the graphical improvements, and I put up the first few DF News videos. I actually did pretty well, all things considered. Yeah, olives are, like, you know, they've been around probably about as long as humans. I don't know about editing olives, though, or using olives as an editor. All right, so my blood sugar's been fucky all day today. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar again, because I want to make sure I'm okay. Be back. I think my insulin might have gotten fucked. I don't know. I've been all over the place recently, so I will be right back. All right, what? It's also a human weight editor. Are they that, like, I don't really think of those things as something that make you fat, but I guess, like, the oils in them, yeah. All I know about human weight editing is bread makes you fat. Also, we're finally in healthy range. God. Yeah, no, exactly. Which is why whoa! Shit. So Sal went crazy. Did you just kill somebody with coins? So Cassiopeia is dead. Sal is dead, and IR Stupid is dead. Grey Langer. Oh, I see. It was a Grey Langer. Missed you. The Dwarven child punches the Grey Langer. The Grey Langer scratches the child. She charged at an elite wrestler and attacked one of my soldiers. The child stands up and the Grey Langer jumps away. The Stonecrafter bats the spinning. So somebody threw coins at somebody. Out of the air with a steel pick. Sal says, I have improved my throwing. That was satisfying. I have improved my archery. That was satisfying. And then the Stonecrafter bats more coins out of the way. So Sal's throwing coins at people. Stonecrafter bats the spinning 37 coin out of the air. The miner strikes the Dwarven child in the lower leg with his copper pick. Severed Park sails off in an arc. Child kills him. All right, but what the fuck happened to Cassie? Yeah, you got attacked by a monkey. So Cassie got
See what you have. No!
No, the child is... I'm not sure, to be honest. The child was tantruming, so the child tried fighting with a monkey and then got her head caved in by a dwarf after attacking a dwarf. So a child tantrumed, attacked the monkey, and then attacked the dwarf. Also, I have baby Grey Langers running around now. Excellent. Hold on. Hold on. There's a lot going on, but like, did the murder stop? Seems like it. It's 3 baby monkeys. There's also coins everywhere, by the way. Also, I appear to have dwarves that are stuck. Okay, who's you? Yeah, it's IR Stupid. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened, man. But IR Stupid is dead, Cassie's dead, and Sal is dead. All of that sucks. Cassie's corpse being put there. Okay, cool. They're all getting buried. That blows, man.
Before the salt and roiling sea, the moon began to cry. The valley ran with sorrowful tears and filled.
There's some of the best throwing ammunition in the game, but I don't know why it's all outside here. It's supposed to all be inside. I'm kind of mad that I missed that fight, to be honest. Also, hey, Lore. It's good to see you.
Stars all hide away from the chill until the
Oh, fuck.
rise.
Why do you suddenly need an office? thought you had an office. There you go, now you do. Did I not assign that? I guess I didn't. Alright, well, I need a new bookkeeper and broker. So, I think we'll give it to Animal. And Axon. Axon is already pretty good at the job, and Animal just needs a table assigned. Who's bookkeeper and scholar. Yeah, no, it seems like our arch enemies are monkeys. Right now. It's War on the Grey Langurs. Man, that sucks. Cassie was one of the first dwarves. And was one of the dwarves that had many of the children in this fort. Pour one out, chat, for those 3 poor dwarves. They were all good dwarves. They didn't deserve to die like that. They didn't. So I'm upping the dwarf cap to 40. And I'm going to restart the game. The hard cap is still the same number, but we can get more migrants now. No? What? RIP in their private graveyards? Yeah, right. What do you have against me upping it to 40? Yeah. Seems fitting at year 40. Who's this? This is Aegis? Okay, over there, Aegis. You're crawling. Oh, you killed Cassie. Why did you kill Cassie? The hell, man? That's the one I don't understand. I don't know why Cassie got killed. Especially by Aegis. Like you were a passing acquaintance. He raged while killing somebody. He was afraid after experiencing trauma, horrified after seeing Cassiopeia die, sad at somebody's death. But he's not depressed. I don't know. I'm perplexed by that one. Aegis, although you really want to join the military, so maybe we should throw you into the bear fighters. Okay, now he's suddenly panicking. He's afraid reliving trauma. Flippercraft, I had an undead neck in a recent fort, crawling down my stairwell. It's an undead neck. It's like, oh, neck. Undead neck. Good to know. Like smelly and slinky. I think of it like kind of like compressing itself and then stretching, you know? Kind of like an inchworm, but more just like it strength, like it pulls in and then contracts and then pulls in and then contracts. Is your dwarf farming stuff that's getting made into ale? Is that what you're asking? Also, hey, Dream Burrito. Your dwarf isn't farming. What are you doing here? Where are you? I can't read. Oh, there you are. You're a scholar, so the stuff that you're farming right now will get turned into ale and cooked. But generally, your day job isn't farming. Your day job is writing books. And pondering things, but I guess you kind of farm when you're not doing that. That's extra gross. Dwarf Fortress is extra gross. You want to know? Oh, the extra gross thing left. Phew. What's that? Oh, I actually get some ice freezing in my well. It's kind of funny. You want to see something that's uber extra gross? Yeah, you've been a scholar for a couple of years. You really wanted abstract thinking, so... Yeah, you guys want to see something that's uber-duper, super-duper extra gross? I can show you something uber, super-duper extra gross. This right here is a clay downward slope, right? It leads to my old well. This is the water that's still in my old well. There's a little bit of it, but... that's what's left where it's dried up. A pool of dwarf pus. And for a while, this was still my well. And they bathed themselves in the well. And most of my dwarves were covered in smears of dwarf pus. They're giving Dwarf Fortress graphics. I think that's a big mistake in some way. In other ways, I think it's genius and can't wait. Just remember, they're giving somehow contractable. Yeah, sure, it's collectible. That's what we're gonna call it. Also, rhinestones doing okay. It's my fight too. This might require an answer. Killed a few gray langurs. So how old are these? All right. So for these gray langur childs, I'm gonna slaughter you. And mom and dad can also get slaughtered. We're gonna let those two grow up chained up together and then make them make babies and we'll breed them. Yeah. Hey, IHQMD, what's up? Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a wonderful game with a lot of detail. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why we... Now, what's funny is, like, when I realized that I had Dwarf Pus, like, we were immediately talking about how we could weaponize it. Or at the very least, use it as part of a weapon to upset people, you know? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I want to... Barrels of Blood is a bug, right? Because I've heard Tarn refer to, like, blood barrels and barrels of gremlin tears to literally just be a bug. And I'm inclined to believe him. So I don't know about that one, honestly. I'm inclined to believe that it is a bug. Oh, interesting. Twitch is making an interesting change. And this is something that most of you probably will not give a shit about. But this is actually very interesting to me. Very, very, very interesting. So this is taken directly from Twitter. I'll just read the tweet. We've heard your feedback about VOD view counts, and we're rolling out an update to better reflect the true audience. Whether it's live or offline, VOD view counts will now show the sum of live views as well as offline. So right now, when I put a VOD up, like after I'm done streaming, there's a VOD left on my stream, right? If you click on it, it can get a view. My VODs will get like 10 to 15 views. But now it's also going to add in the views that the stream got. That's interesting. I'm really curious to see those numbers. Like, really curious, actually. I didn't realize people were complaining about that. I never thought it was an issue, but features I didn't know I want until I have them. Apparently that means I'm to believe some dwarf in my world collected it. Yes, but they're not supposed to be there. Yeah, it's just liquid tag. But yeah, you could choose to believe that somebody in the world collected it. Yes. Also, I should put these lovely statues of burning avocado trees in here for these monkey children to look at. And remember that trees exist in places and shouldn't, because they are trees. And they should be converted into great mining pits. In theory. But also, viewbotting kind of doesn't work on Twitch. Viewbotting kind of doesn't work anymore. It used to be very easy and effective, and now it doesn't really work anymore. Hasn't for a while. Wonder how we're doing on books. 197 books. We're in midwinter, which means in the spring we'll probably get some migrants, hopefully. I don't know. I think that that's a really nice change. I think that's a really nice change. That one makes me happy. I like that stuff just like gets away super quickly. Like, we're trying to slaughter it, and then Monkey just runs away. Also, I wonder how Texagon is doing. Pretty good. Worried? Do I look worried, he says. Does have a kindred spirit. In the no, he does have a friend in Lump in the fortress. This is the only human in the fortress. Probably will be the first one to die of old age, but is a permanent residence. Yeah, Lump is a friend of yours. In my headcanon, Lump was the one that vouched to let this human stay. But yeah, no, this human asked to join the fortress every year for about better part of 15 years. 20 years even.
Cheese for everyone!
For everyone. Wonder what our coins look like. Coins from the year 37. This is an Adenastable year 37 silver coin. This is the silver currency of Adam Aston Duber, from the year 37. On the front of the coin is a masterfully designed image of a round, brilliant cut gem. On the coin's back is a rendition of the Bend of Cloistering, an image of a bolt. The image is a symbol of the ignited creation, a dwarven civilization. Okay, do I have any 40? There we go. A stack of 540 year 40 silver coin. An image of an anvil is on the coin's back, and a rendition of the Bend of Cloistering, an image of a bolt, is an image of the ignited creation, a dwarven civilization. Kind of glad we landed with a pretty good name for dwarven civ, you know? Also, Lump, you're still just copying books. Pretty happy. You want to practice some martial art? Hey, Jaden, how you do? You want to practice some martial art, Lump, but pretty happy. This a museum? I do have a museum, and you were just looking at it. Also, speaking of, it's time to let the hobby fighters fight for a little bit. And you know what? Let's also let the proper squad fight. Why not? So he's a little stressy. Wants to pray. He wants to make romance. Her upper spine is bruised. Hopefully you hang in there, Suey. You've been set to be... Yeah, you have been set to be slaughtered. We'll let them fight until the beginning of spring. Or train. You've got a lot of earrings and shit. If somebody punches one of my dwarves, they're just going to explode into a wall of jewelry instead of teeth. Like, you know when dwarves get kicked in the teeth and, like, teeth go everywhere, right? Well, you punch one of my dwarves and rings are going to go everywhere. But how you doing today, Jade? Those things. Like Sonic the Hedgehog? More or less. Yeah, not exactly what I was thinking, but more or less. But more like one ring to rule them all, and in darkness bind them, but like times 8. See how Sui's doing in the combat ring. Oh, that's Dragon Man. Also pretty happy. Very happy when learning about striking. And how about Sui? He feels pleasure during a sparring session. Satisfied after learning about miscellaneous object throwing. Well, just miscellaneous objects. Satisfied improving miscellaneous object. Hang in there, Sui. What is this, Sonic? I mean, didn't... Great minds? You and Peter? I don't know what this is, if it's Sonic or not, but what I do know is that I'm just very thankful that so many people are tuning into the stream and hanging out today. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching, frankly. You also wish to practice some martial arts. I'm going to let you slaughter this Grey Langer child, and then I'm going to put you into the hobby soldiers. Basically, dwarves that aren't mentally stable, like they can't handle stress well, but do want to learn about martial arts, join the Bear Fighters, which is a squad of, oh, well, you know, they just murder everything. Also, let's turn on auto loom again. All thread. There you go. You get to go to dodging demonstrations. BEAR fighters, not BARE fighters. Although I do appreciate the pun. They generally don't live for very long, Jaden. I do have one batshit nuts dwarf who's living rather unhappily in prison down here. That's Jelly. It's a very unfortunate reality, but Jelly is overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living and feels guilty after being confined. Killed a buzzard and had a tantrum, and because she's in prison, she's not starving to death because the dwarves are giving her water and food because she's in prison. So I could deconstruct the prison and let her free, even because she served her prison sentence. But if I don't, she still counts as a prisoner, so the dwarves will keep feeding her. So I'm leaving her there because I don't want her to, you know... Oh, really? And I missed it? Oh, boo. I'm sorry. There you go. That's going to help. And Sui, pretty happy, but still kind of dejected. Neither did I, actually, Clutch. But yeah, no, she's chained still. She hasn't been removed. I guess, like, if they go nuts while they're chained, they'll just stay nuts and chained. And if dwarves won't unchain them if they go nuts. It seems to be the way that's working, at least here. You learn something every day, Quack. Well, actually, I learned that 2 days ago when she went nuts, but... well, 2 streams ago. Is there only one depressed dwarf in there now? How's Cheers Jamie doing? Cheers Jamie's doing great. Nice to see. Axon, fondness remembering talking with a friend. And felt fondness remembering making a friend. Who's your friend? I don't know. You have a lot of friends and a lot of lovers, Axon. It's hard to follow with you. Aegis, how you doing in the military? Because you were having a rough time. But Aegis is doing better. Aegis was depressed, and just spending a little bit of time in the military is like fixing him, even though his ribs are fractured still. So that's good to see. Felt uneasiness after not being able to take it easy. That probably means I just want to relax and socialize. I want to hang out in a tavern and chit-chat with people. Hey, there's a human in my tavern, speaking of. Ah, I've seen you before. Rora Matathru. Another human. Speaking of humans, where are you from? Citizen of the Realms of Stone. Ah, in the Society of Jails. Okay, so you are human, are from all the way the hell down here, I think. No, that's the Confederacy of Sport. Welp. Also, the humans expanded quite a bit. These are both new hamlets. So then you're from... yeah, okay. So our bard is from this area, all the way over here. Also, the elves have expanded. The Realms of Stone. This is where our bard is from. But the elves have expanded. They're all the way down to here now. And also, they've expanded up here. Goblins have expanded. Wow, the goblin pits got quite a bit bigger. This is a new goblin pit, this one up here, the dark goblin pits that are at war with us. They've also retaken... oh, no, they didn't. They didn't retake the one that we've taken. Well, that's interesting. The interesting news. Dwarves are still fighting with them. Dwarves are still at war and invading the goblins. You don't have a tavern yet? You should make a tavern. Even if, like, there's no tables or chairs in it, you should make a tavern. It's just a good idea. Do I have a dedicated physical hide webcam button? Yes, I do. I have actually multiple dedicated buttons for moving webcam. Let me fuck this up. I can fix it. Yeah, no, I can. I also have move webcam up here, move webcam over here, move webcam over here. I've got that one. I got this one. I got this one. I got this one and this one. Those are all dedicated buttons. It's not a very complicated setup. Can I actually show you this without breaking anything? I think I can. Hold on. That's bad. This thing. It's already been unplugged. Might as well. This thing. Like $90 for one on Amazon. Eh! Well. I guess it works when you unplug it and then plug it back in. Just by memory, yeah. I mean, how do you type? Do you stare at your keyboard and read the keys? Or do you just type from memory? The second he labeled the keys... Well, here's the thing. I've actually labeled some of them. One of them is labeled with a coffee stain, and two of them are labeled with blood stains. They weren't intentional labels. They were coincidental labels that I noticed after. And haven't cleaned off yet. So I have marked my territory. It's fine. Although I keep having to clean blood off my keyboard. I've had blood on WASD and my numpad on multiple occasions. Just diabetic problems. Let's make us some bars, friends. This is going to make this kind of actually very much a prison. Caps are probably swappable. Yeah, no, they are swappable. In fact, it actually came with a keycap remover, which is over on the other side of my apartment, but... Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's under my keyboard. It came with this keycap remover. I already had one. And this little brush to, like, clean in between the keys, which I've been using to pull cat hair out of my keyboard. And I haven't had a cat in my apartment in over a fucking year. I'm still pulling cat hair out of my keyboard. saying? Cats are vermin. We're constructing a lot of vertical bars. All right, who wants to bet that a dwarf is going to get stuck on this roof? They also have brown switches, which is the same switches as my keyboard, which are my preferred mechanical switches, in fact. Here come them bars. Also, I have a dead pig on my roof, apparently. Probably should slaughter those more often. Some elves are here to laugh at me. I mean, trade. And this is a problem. There's still dwarves trading. I thought they'd left. Let's just hope that they've loaded, because I need to deconstruct that and reconstruct that. I'm so sorry. Although that's just going to piss the elves off, and we're going to get a bunch of elven garbage. All right, stop that. We'll trade with the elves. Their horses are having babies. All right, cool. I didn't realize they were still there. I thought they'd left. We're removing the military training time. Why do you want a wireless one? I've never understood the appeal of wireless devices. Honestly, I never have. I don't think I ever will. I've owned wireless devices. I've owned wireless keyboards, mice, and other things over the years, and they've always just kind of sucked. I have wireless earbuds, and I kind of hate them. I can hear the humming, though. Like, maybe you can't, but it's like having increased tinnitus levels. It's awful. I hate it. So wait, you're saying that the only wireless mouse worth using is a Steam controller? I can't even buy a Steam controller, even if I wanted one. Which I really don't. Also, we're in the year 41. Silver coin 1. You bought a Steam controller? I almost bought one. I thought about it. Because it's super heavy. I use a Logitech G402 mouse, wired. And I use a Cooler Master Master Keys keyboard. It's just a plain, no lights, no bullshit, brown switches, mechanical keyboard. It wasn't expensive. It has no fancy doohickeys and doodads, and it works good. You don't play games that need immediate response times? Neither do I, but it feels good. I don't know. There's something about mushy keys that I can't do. And there's something about wireless that it's more bother than it's worth. I want to always know that something works. I don't want to have to ever worry about charging something or like making it work again. I want it to just work. All right, Axon, where you at? There you are. Coming to trade. Ready to trade. Excellent. They have a wolf. But nothing particularly fun, so... Like a cape, a robe, a vest, a cape. I'm kind of on a Super Giant Games kick today. Actually, hold on. Is there any wood in this stockpile? I don't think so. Yeah, there's none. All right, I will buy from you some splints and some crutches. Great. They seem ecstatic with the trading. And we wait for the elves to leave, and then we were going to deconstruct the trading depot. I mean, I would set up my control scheme to work with a wired setup like I do. A plaza. I make sure I plan ahead so that everything is wired. Everything is designed properly. Everything is set up in such a way so that I have relatively acceptable cable management and everything works. I know. Bluetooth is like one of the most worthless sets of technology we've ever created, and I hate it. I genuinely hate it. I think it's awful. But I get why people prioritize it, but like, ugh. Blah, 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 blah. Fair enough. But I've never used a wireless keyboard that I where I can't feel the delay. Someone can find me a wireless keyboard where I cannot distinguish any delay. I'd be much more interested, but... But then I still have to go through the bother of charging the damn thing, so I'm kind of out again. But yeah, I guess if that's something you need for your setup. It also does make setting up standing desks a fuck ton easier, I will say that. Don't care about delay? See, honestly, for me with mechanical keyboards, I like them not because of the lack of delay. It's got nothing to do with delay for me with the mechanical. I just like the way the keys feel. Like, it's to the point where if you sit me down with a non-mechanical keyboard, I have a hard time typing. Because I'm so used to the feel of a mechanical keyboard that I have a hard time not using one. But that's a me issue. That's not a problem with the technology. That's just me not practicing on a non-mechanical keyboards. Like, if you try and get me to use a MacBook, I can't fucking use those mushy, awful keys. They're pain. I don't know how anybody uses them. I think that's more what it is for me. It's more about the feedback. It's kind of like haptic feedback. I'm one of those weirdos who actually really likes haptic feedback. Yeah. Yes, membrane. I know some people who like those keyboards and buy them, and I'm just like, what is wrong with you? Why is my paper still up here? That makes no sense. $200 books. So any bets on how many books we're gonna have by the time we hit year 1000? We have 200 at year 41. It's just like, does anybody remember like that brief window in the mid 2000s where everybody thought that holographic keyboards were gonna be the thing? Where like you'd have like a thing that would project out like the keyboard layout on your table and you could just type. I remember seeing like ads for those on TV. Like, this shit. This absolute trash. If I can find a good picture. This trash. This garbage. God, I'm happy that was a trend that exploded and died. Yeah, like it's easier to just type on a phone. Like there's a company that makes a folding Bluetooth keyboard for phones and tablets. Like it folds, and it folds to like the size of a like a credit card. You can put it in your wallet. And it's like a membrane keyboard, so it's like those squishy keys. That's just impressive because of how small it gets, in my opinion. Hopeless after suffering a major injury. Well, this poor dwarf. What do you dream about, dwarf? You find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Likes porcelain, red diamond, linen fabric, and llamas. Well, you no longer have a working back, so I'm going to take you off of all of those jobs and give you weaving. And we take you off of farming and mining, give you masonry. What a poor dwarf. Yeah, that was my issue, is I wanted to try a Steam controller. I never got the opportunity to, because not like anybody had those in stores. All right, so the dwarves are the only merchants left. Let's remove this building. Let's roll up keyboards. Oh, for a second there, I thought they spawned in a tree. Got some migrants. Let's just let them walk in and we'll name them after because they'll stand out quite a bit. Because they won't have names. We're now up to 39 dwarves. It's just the 39. There we go. That'll help a lot, I think. Three bedrooms there that aren't used. You're not used. If anybody wants an opportunity to get into this fort, you'll have it in a sec. All right. I don't know how to do this in a fair manner. Because I know there's probably more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that will take dwarves. So let's just do this in a reasonable fashion. Okay. So you said it first, Apostle. What job do you want? Do you want the carpenter, the weaponsmith, butcher, cheesemaker, dyer, administrator, or staturer? Cheesemaker? You're probably going to become more just a general farmer, but unless you have specific needs. I don't know why I put an I in there. Apostle, you have a wife. You're married to the dyer. He is married to Aiden Manarpeak and is an ardent worshiper of Ashen, the god of earth. Wait, or is that the god of speech? The god of earth. I was right. He has the appearance of somebody who is 115 years old and is one of the first of his kind. I don't know why I did it like that. That's hard to read. Who is the lucky lady? Who wants Chad? Who wants to be Apostle's wife? We'll do it that way. Who wants to be Apostle's wife? He is mighty and quick to heal, but he is clumsy. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, and his long mustache is arranged in double braids. He values eloquence and dreams of mastering a skill, likes nickel, rock crystal, leopard, seal tooth, amber cabochons, crossbows and breastplates, and slabs and splints, and worms for their worms for their wriggling. You like the blossom of songs and the sight of the aquamarine quincense. And you prefer to consume badger, lungfish, and apple cider. You were already dwarfed in here, so I'd like to give people who haven't had a chance to get a dwarf, Frank Wilhelm, although you did die, I think. He does not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Unhappy wife, I guess. He will never pass up a chance for a good fist fight and tries to keep things orderly. Doesn't often feel envious of others and often feels lustful. Wait, never mind. Lucky wife. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, bad for the military, and is somewhat and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He isn't particularly ambitious and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and is quite polite, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. I need to give you some form of side gig, so let's give you bookbinding. Pretty common job in here, because everybody needs a good craft, and stone working and leather working, and we'll also give you mechanics, because I could use another mechanic, and don't mind the monkeys. So, Aiden, who is Apostle's hubby, or wifey rather, Apostle is her hubby. Yes, her hubby. Did Tranquilham have wife? Have Dwarf in this fort? Let's check. Not one that's currently alive, but I'm pretty certain you had one. Let's just double check that. I don't want to be wrong here. I'm not actually caught up with chat, so if you're typing, I can't see. Let's find out. Cooler, Packers, Zycon, Kibbs, Zapdos, Spitalier, Peter, Simplex, Anender, Goats, Boxed, Braxteer, Stone, El Naso, Jacknerick, Burger, Morden, Goats, Hops, Marty, Vin, Potch, Jacknerick II, Quetzalcoatl, Stone 2, Electric Boogaloo, Silent Cassie. You know, maybe Tranquil's in the other fort then. Because Tranquil is not a Dwarf in here, so we can give it to Tranquil if everybody is okay with that. You were dead in this fort. I was reading out who was dead, Peter. You're not in this fort. Is someone falling down rabbit holes again? She is married to Apostle, Pillar Cult, and is a casual worshiper of Shin, Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, which is, of course, the deity of jewels and wealth. Yeah, you died. I'm not entirely sure why, but Aegis killed you. I'm not sure why or how, but bunch of Grey Langurs ran into the fort, and Sal had a tantrum. Sal started beating the shit out of stuff, broke a whatchamacallit, a workshop, and then the sheriff punched Sal, and then you punched a monkey, and then Aegis killed you by punching you in the head. And I'm not sure why. I think you were just an unfortunate casualty of a fist fight. It's basically what it looks like. Probably a mini loyalty cascade, actually. She personally values peace over war and does not particularly value the truth and doesn't really see the point of working hard and dreams of raising a family, is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, is friendly and always tries to say nice things to others and prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings. So she tries to say nice things to others, she's very friendly, and she hates everybody. I feel that. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. To be fair, Cassie, you were one of the most important dwarves in this fortress for a very long time. To the point where we still don't have a broker that knows what value of items is yet. And it's a little bit frustrating. Not gonna lie. A little bit frustrating. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has a greedy streak, and when she is excited during conversations, she can't help interrupting others. I really feel that. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Try refreshing the stream, Jaden. All right, who else would like to be dwarfed? Kind of next person to call it. Do you vibe with your dwarf? It's a pretty good dwarf, I'm not gonna lie. Because we have an administrator, a staturer. Goats, you've already been dwarfed in this fort twice and died twice. So we'll skip you for now. King will take the weaponsmith, and Slippery will take one, okay. Let's give other people a chance, though, Goats. King gets the websmith. He is interested near fine vertical bars. Ha! And he was interested near a splendid trade depot. Slipple? Okay. Can do that. I was going to go with nipple. You like native platinum, iron, and ruby, and warthog leather. Giant brown recluse spider silk, gems, boxes, bags, and figurines, and hack for their notched fins? Hake? Is that a fish? H-A-K-E. Hake is a term refers to the fish family of the northern southeastern oceans. Okay. So, oh, that's why that fish looks so weird. It's missing its head. Okay. Fair. Thanks, Wikipedia, for the bad image. Yeah, you like vertical bars. Yeah. He personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and values cunning. Dreams of raising a family. Is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a sense of duty and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Well, that one's wrong. He is troubled by this since he values such powerful forces in life, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He tends to make a small mess of his own possessions and doesn't focus on material goods. He does not often feel lustful, and he is quite ambitious. Well, I know one of those is wrong. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he always points at others when greeting them. He sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, exactly. No, totally. Specifically giant. Does not. Does not often. All right, so Slippy Nippy, and Jaden are kind of my two priorities. Slippy Nippy, do you want an administrator, a doc, a butch, or a carp? Butch! Okay. It sounds cooler when you don't say the whole name, yeah? So what? How'd you spell that? You'll take whatever. Slipple. S-L-I-P-P-L-E. Slipple. So Slipple, the butch, is, you want to geld animals? I could give you gelding. You worship the god of Earth. Before I forget. We're gonna have lots of monkeys to geld. I actually do need kind of a designated butcher. She has the appearance of somebody that is 84 years old and currently feels pleasure near a very fine bridge. She dreams of mastering a skill and finds blind honesty foolish, doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Likes Billin, Kunsight, Honey Badger, Tooth, and the color lavender, suns and maces and breastplates and weapon racks, and chains and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and is confident under pressure, quick to anger, and often feels lustful, enjoys the company of others, has a narrow focus on the current activity, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, is cheerful, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Her hands begin moving when she becomes exasperated, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. God of Earth, indeed, yes. So, next up is Jaden. Do you want Godin the Carpenter, an admin, or a doctor? Oh, yeah. Is what you often feel. Unlike King, who isn't the least bit lustful ever. No? Never feels lustful. You know, alrighty. You know, I was kind of thinking the other day about the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, and kind of wondering if somebody's first reaction to it is going to be about the equivalent of my first reaction to Happy Tree Friends. Because, like, the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, right? It is perfectly plausible. You could settle in a world, and there could be a bunch of bear people just chilling. And you're like, oh, they're so cute. And then your dwarves get into a fist fight with them, and you're like, oh, God, and then teeth go everywhere. And you're like, oh, God, and then an eyeball goes flying that way, and someone's head goes flying that way, and someone drowns. I can't wait. Carpenter seems like your jam. Well, I mean, he's probably going to get a new job pretty quick. Or they're probably going to get a new job pretty quick. She dreams of raising a family, likes glazed billion, red diamond, water buffalo horn, and the color light blue, bucklers and tunics, and mini forges and giant gazelles for their grace. Has a great sense of empathy. Is a nervous wreck and is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth, and she tends to keep things orderly. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and doesn't handle stress well. Her hands jump all over the place when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I think I've met this person. Overinflated sense of self-worth, always looking for a way to better her situation. It's like my friend's ex-girlfriend, actually. Always tries to keep things orderly, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, doesn't handle stress well, her hands jump all over the place when she's excited. Yeah, no, that's like... Yeah. It won't say that they don't need alcohol to get through the working day, Apostle. It'll say that they will remember... They need alcohol to get through the working day, but can't remember the last time they had a drink, or could really use a drink, or needs alcohol to get through the working day, but can't remember the last time they had some. All of that stuff, that's probably vampire. All right, so you're a weird fucking dwarf, but the good news is you like tunics, so I can give you the side gig of clothes making. Clothes making and leather working. In fact, let's make some leather tunic. 30. All right. Who do I still have to name? I got 2 dwarfs left. I got a doctor and an administrator. So who is still left that would like a dwarf? And we're kind of opening it up now that we've kind of worked through the initial flow to people who've maybe been in the fort before. So even if you've been in the fort before, goats I know wanted one. Sounds like you, Jaden. Doesn't handle stress well. Hands jump all over the place when you're excited. Hey, Cilantro. How we do? I hear Jess got pummeled by one Dodger. It's been happening to my team a lot recently. I know Kiri's been hit by Dodger a couple times, and FG's been hit by Dodger once or twice, I think. And forget that you lived, just like most lives. Well, would you like one of these dwarves? Because this person's an animal caretaker. High Master Wound Dresser? That's good. I mean, it's not like generally we have time to dress wounds. I find generally when, like, problems happen here, they just go splat and it's just a smear on the pavement. You're like, what the fuck happened? This is usually what happens in this fort. People just die so fast they don't even make it to the... This is a very complex dwarf. If you want a dwarf that's good at punching things... No, I'm not going to do that. A dwarf has seen some shit? Oh, this dwarf has seen some shit. And this dwarf is going to join the military if anybody wants... whether or not people want them. So if somebody wants this dwarf, just first person to say they want it gets it. Worships the god of earth. Pretty standard, honestly. There you go, Goats. Welcome back. Goats the Third has the appearance of somebody that is 87 years old, born on Is 87 years old and is one of the first of his kind. He has a muscular, broad body, sideburns that are clean-shaven, a long mustache, of course, is neatly combed, a long beard braided, and a very long hair that is also braided, large irises that are protruding, cobalt eyes and close set, and a nose bridge that is concave, a low voice, and small-lobed ears that are extremely narrow. His sandy-tub skin is wrinkled, and his hair is a crew with flecks of gray. He likes mudstone. Oh, well, now we know why you moved here. Electrum, dendric, ogate, moon snail, leather, and linen paper. The color saffron, socks, and anvils, and the sound of the prim pedal. Would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Often enjoys the company of others and is brave in the face of looming and imminent danger. He thinks he is rather important in the grand scheme of things, is trusting, quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and crackles when he's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Combat medic and is joining the Eternal Guard. Straight into the goddamn Eternal Guard. You're a skilled persuader, too. There you go. All right, so I got one dwarf left. If anybody would like a chance to jump into this dwarf. Also, good news, Wave Thrash has become a peasant, which means I could give Wave Thrash jobs now. I don't know if Wave Thrash is lurking, but... Like silver, white opal, cacao wood, rail shark leather. Is impervious to the effects of stress and finds something humorous in everything. This is Wave Thrash, by the way. Wave Thrash, who grew up in this fortress and is currently 12, is impervious to the effects of stress and finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Is sometimes cruel and is very stubborn. Lives an ordinary life, organized and neat, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is moved by natural beauty and art. He is troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is given to flights of fancy. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He often feels discouraged and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, has a calm demeanor, and he occasionally overindulges. He often takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the military, Wave Thrash. Just because he's impervious to the effects of stress. You can't wait to miss your final death? Yeah. You feel like the real world version of High Master Wounddresser would be someone like Steptoff and... Yeah, probably. Probably. Something like that, yeah. Does anybody want the last unnamed dwarf? Who seems to be an engineer. Who we're going to give mechanics and architecture. Final dwarf to come in that recent migrant wave. Disco, you'd like it? You got it, man. Welcome to the fort. All right, so you're dwarf. You worship Onal. Oh, also, King is your husband, by the way, Disco. Worth noting. King is your husband. You worship the god of mountains, who takes the form of a female horned owl. Okay, that's fucking cool. That's a different one. I haven't seen that god before. I'm sorry that you're married to King, by the way. Which is funny, because you both have Disco in your name. Yeah, the Disco couple, right? Disco Waffles says, you're so perceptive. She felt pleasure after a satisfying acquisition and was delighted after putting on a truly splendid item. Well, I wonder what that truly splendid item is. Probably the mudstone earring. She likes serpentine, nickel, cinnamon, glossier, and lychee wood, and horse hoof, shields, and bracelets, and cows for their haunting moos. She is affronted by the whole notion of leisure time and leisurely living, and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time, and dreams and finds those that develop a skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Dreams of creating a great work of art and has confidence in her abilities, and she rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and she has a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She is not a private person, freely shares details of her life, and she can be very single-minded. She likes a little excitement now and again, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you know what? She's going to join the Eternal Guard. And we're going to make iron spears. She finds people who find weapons and stuff distasteful, but, you know. Also, this is something I was meaning to do for a bit. 400 and charcoal, 300. Let's actually cancel that and go iron spike, 300. And hack down some trees. And up here, I'm going to... Okay, that's been slated for removal. Cool. At least you can't wait for the honeymoon and he didn't ask you to bring you the moon, honey. Rhinestone's socializing and getting happy thoughts out of it. I just really... There they go. Now, I wonder if they'll... Oh. Hope we didn't steal much from them. Make it out of sterling silver. That's a lot of junk that just lives there now. It's not the first time we've had to do that. Two crowns is kinky and 3 is just perverted? So then what about that one dwarf who's running around with hold on. Actually, I want to say it was Rhinestone. Rhinestone, how many crowns are you wearing? Bracelet, amulet, earring, ring, bracelet, bracelet, bracelet. Earring, amulet, ring, ring. Amulet, earring, crown. Crown, crown, crown. Amulet, crown, 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 crown. Bracelet, earring, tunic, amulet, crown, amulet, earring, bracelet, amulet, ring, earring, amulet. Yeah, he's a dapper motherfucker. Crown, crown, crown. Amulet, trousers. Also, I just, did the thing where I clipped that. Mostly because I want to send that to Ryan. Simultaneously, no. There are 2 things that Dwarf Fortress are planned to do that RimWorld does currently better than Dwarf Fortress. In RimWorld, you can take an army of soldiers and control them when they attack a thing, even though it sucks in RimWorld and is kind of underwhelming, but you can do it. And you can run 2 bases simultaneously. In Dwarf Fortress, you can't do that. What you can do is you can have a fort, you can retire the fort, let the AI take over, and then go build another one, and then go back. But the AI will have taken over and done God knows what with it for however many years you're gone. What's really funny, actually, in Legends mode, if you retire a fortress, it actually posts a notice in the fort's history where it says the fortress ended a long period of questionable judgment, which I think is hilarious. But those are... I don't know about running 2 dwarf fortresses simultaneously, but I know that Karn does want us to be able to actually, like, travel somewhere else. Although, supposedly, in the far-flung future, let's just say we start here at the mountain home. In the far-flung future, we are supposedly supposed to be able to literally just take a wagon and 7 dwarves and drive the wagon through the open world to where we're going to settle and then settle that way in a giant open world one day in the far-flung future. And basically play... they're a spear squad. But most of them are using swords, and I don't really care. So, I just let them use whatever the heck. But they're mostly wearing... like steel armor that I've purchased because we don't have flax, and iron short swords or iron spears. But yeah, no, it's literally just going to be like drive, or they've said that it's going to be like drive your dwarves somewhere and, oh god, feather tree egg yolk's disgusting. Clean that shit up. I'm convinced that the elves are just egging me when they arrive. Did I say flax? I meant flux. You know, I mean another thing. You know when you say a thing but means something else because your brain goes somewhere else? When you mean to say a different thing? Yeah, that. Happens to me all the time. Also, I have a headache. Apparently it is. They're just like fucking shooting eggs at us when they show up. This is a lot of random crap. Yes. We now have some knowledge of how to tame Grey Langurs. Do I actually have... Do I have more babies yet? Or have they grown up? There we can slaughter Grey Langur mummy. And there we go. So, King and Disco. That's your bedroom. King, you liked vertical bars, yeah? That's just a hilariously random thing to like. Whoopsies, did I just put you in the military? Yeah, I did. You like iron. Okay, no, you were just interested in your fine iron bars. I don't know, I'm very much tempted to just put iron bars in your bedroom for the lulz. Vertical bars, why not? Decorative iron bars. I don't have any right now. I guess we must have powered through them already. Oh, no, we do. There they are. Can find them. I mean, just think about it. I'm thinking about it, yeah. I actually uninstalled Flux because f.lux has a, or Windows basically has it just built in now. Well, it would technically be stripping poles. Because it's plural. I just had that moment of, why is the game running so slowly? Because I left it paused, you big dumb. Yeah, I don't know. The Windows one is more than enough for me. Because I leave my monitors so dim anyway. Yes. Exercise. I used to know somebody who had 2 stripper poles. Never did ask, to be honest. Look at King. Just making iron spikes all day. What a bro. Satisfied at work, satisfied at work. Interested after remembering a splendid trade depot. Didn't feel anything due to inebriation. What is wrong with you? But was annoyed caught in the rain. Sympathy after bringing somebody to rest in bed. Uneasy after seeing Morden's dead body. Okay. I have a question. Is there like a chunk of Morden sitting somewhere? Because you just fucking arrived and you're already seeing Morden's dead body. What? Where? Where is it? What? Like, I'm so concerned by all of this. Like, genuinely concerned. Like, where are they seeing these bodies? Yeah, exactly. So someone's tooth is just stuck. Oh my god, it's probably on top of the fucking wall. I'm gonna check in a second. But this is all accessible. Is it in a tree, maybe? And identify it as Morden's, man. Like, that's the actual impressive thing. I don't know, man. I mean, for a second there, I thought there was a baby up there, but it's actually... I have a very serious question. How the heck did a kangaroo get up there? I think it jumped over the wall and went splat. Good question, actually. There's 2 parts in the coffin. Found it! I never thought to check that. You're a fucking genius, dude. And also, I hit my escape key so hard the cap popped off. There we go. There's just a leg there. Like, everybody's just like running past this fucking leg right there. Morden, we found you. All right, cool. Also, hot cup of tea is hacking down some trees. My God. There you go. You're placing an item in tomb. That's one of the things that's been making my children go insane, by the way. You just caught an echidna? You're frustrated after the lack of troublemaking. Really? Hard work is a true sign of character, eh? So, fun fact, chat. Morden died a long time ago. A very long time ago. So that leg has been there for, I don't know, a decade? You have a good lurk. Cheers. Cilantro. On a pedestal somewhere so it can scar more fucking people? I think not. Frankly. You know, King, I know you're super excited to make them spikes, but we gotta put a pause on that job because we need to get a surplus of coal first. I mean, how about this? How about this? Are those... Oh, geez. That's the wrong button. That's the button I wanted. Okay, that's one of my Grey Language children. Assign you to there, and you to there, and you can get slaughtered. I need those two to get assigned to those chains right there. I got these baby Grey Langers running around all of a sudden. I mean, I just have, not body parts, but I just have a dog in the middle. He spots them. Although we actually haven't had a single problem with thieves yet. My theory is there just isn't enough, not thieves, but villains in the world to really corrupt anybody and go after somebody and, you know, tell them to do things that thieves do to people's things. That's a weirdly roundabout sentence. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know how Wave is doing. Dejected when caught in the rain, but he is content after having a pretty decent drink. He wants apricot wine. Well, we got tons of that. That's good. Doesn't feel anything being away from traditions. I don't think I've ever seen that. Wonder what is considered to be a tradition. Apparently they are. Like, active, but we'll find out. The thing that I'm really curious to see, Disco, is if, the thing that I'm really curious to see is if, Necromancer towers appear. Because I've already seen dwarves reclaiming a fort. Like, they reclaimed this fort up here on the map. This one. The Dwarven Hillocks of Metal partnered. And Tempted Rough. I've seen both of those get reclaimed on the map, which is something I've never seen before. I've also seen the goblins spreading. In fact, they've spread back over to here. Witch Depth. That's a cool spot out there on the little island. The humans are spreading too. I want to see if Necromancer towers happen. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of weird, or not weird, but like interesting things I've never seen before happening on this particular world map. It's part of the fun of this experiment is actually getting to see how much it's going to change post World Gen, right? Like, we know the maps change during World Gen, but after World Gen, it's kind of interesting to see how it's evolving over time. Also, dumb question. What fucking day of the week is it? It's Monday. Okay, good to know. I need to get up super early tomorrow and go do doctory stuff. Hopefully the smoke is less bad. All right, yeah, Spelunky 2 is out on console though. They tend to kill each other off, yeah. Well, usually what it is one race will become super dominant and then just murder everybody else. Just like real life. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Wa-da-ba-da-bum-bum. No, nobody generally dies off because they'll just become zombies. Astra's doing alright, I think. We're doing alright, Dwarf. I mean, we are in year 41, and currently there's one battle that's been happening for about 10 years, which is this one. These guys keep on invading this area. They invade them like once or twice a year-ish, and they haven't taken it. They've attacked several others of these pits, but they've only taken one. I've seen these guys attacking this side, and I've seen the elves are just quietly up here expanding. The humans are down here quietly expanding. I used to get a lot of news from them because we used to be a barony, but then my baron died. So I'm hoping that we can get a baron again or something. Oh yeah, no, that's how it used to be. No, ever since they unlocked the world, that stopped being an issue, Apostle, because yeah, it would just be you'd press go and then everything would, well, nobody knew how to fuck was the problem. And a furnace operator has a new challenger arrives. Speaking of new challengers, Morden, this is how we are going to remember our stupid because your arm stuck around in the fort for way too long. So we're going to put this slab dedicated to you right where your arm was. Is that a good enough way to remember the fact that that arm was there for like 15 years or something? Just remember, chat. Morden killed our Baron with his bare hands. Scratched her leg clean off. And then died to having his head caved in by our sheriff. No, you didn't haunt the fort. Like, you didn't haunt the... Like, a ghost didn't haunt the fort because you were entombed. But I was still getting fucking... I see what you did there, Prophet. People were still getting, like, uneasy after seeing Morden's dead body. I'm like, how the fuck are they seeing Morden's dead body? I was always wondering that. Always wondering it. Always wondering it. Finally fucking figured it out. But yeah. It's been a whole thing. The dwarves are screaming. Actually, no, we'll specify a new image. Historical figure. Creature. Dwarf. 0. This is an image of Morden. Glaze smokes the dwarf and dwarves. Morden is dead. The dwarves are screaming. There you go. Now I just need to remember to place it. All right, let's see what most of these dwarves have equipped. Like disco waffles. What are you equipped? You have a steel spear, an iron shield, and copper greaves. Goats has a steel spear. Bastet has a named iron spear, which has one notable kill, which was one of our dwarves. And a couple buzzards and a kangaroo. Silly, how you doing? I'm gonna pray real bad. It'll be okay. But yeah, no, hopefully we won't run into problems of boredom in this fortress. It is kind of the biggest concern, I would say. I mean, half of this fortress was mudstone. You don't understand, like, if you haven't seen most of this fort, Disco, because it's been a little bit, we cleared out over 20,000 mudstone. Which is why I'm a little bit amused by the fact that we've already found dwarves that are fond of mudstone. Just a little bit amused by this. Bow. Axon is making charcoal. Good stuff. Axon, how is you do? Basically, what I'm saying is we're all big fans of Primus up in here. Because Primus sucks. Mudstone, more like Pogstone. But yeah, I hope this makes sense now, Disco. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, this shit's just my jam over here. Well, looks like these jobs are getting going. As I have a feeling King is going to become a more than adequate weaponsmith pretty soon. More than adequate. Still waiting on more refined coal. I like that we're actually smelting stuff way faster than we can make coal. You know, now that you mention it, I think I may have heard that a couple times before, Ty Cup. Oh, also, we do actually have a dwarf with a name available if anybody would like one. Just suspend it again? Come on, dwarves. Name it Mud? Not gonna name it Mud. I wouldn't take away a name away from a viewer if given the option. I don't know if that's necessarily getting around a rule or a loophole or something, but I'm just gonna say once again, I named dwarves after viewers, not random nicknames. What are you hunting? A porcupine? God damn, you brave. That porcupine is currently overcome by terror. Man, good job, Astro. Was relieved after yelling somebody in change. I mean, if you want to change your username to Mud something, then you know what? I'm down. But that requires you changing your username, and I think that's probably more dedication to this joke than you want. I once had a giant tortoise tank my entire army for for the better part of 6 months. And the only reason it lasted 6 months and not longer is because my military started to go insane. Those are kangaroos. This guy's fucking brave. He's running into trees. Brave dwarf. I mean, I didn't know that at the time. To be completely honest with you, I had no idea. Anyway, my military got very good. They got very well trained. A spiky rat with pointy sticks is a bad idea. Depends on how pointy said stick is. But to an extent, I would agree. A lot of random ass forbidden items. That's a quote. I don't know how you do that, but I don't remember the context of that one. A lot of those older quotes, like I think I look at them and I go, why the heck did I say that? I wonder if I was sober. And then like I realize probably wasn't sober. Tickets is the command you're looking for. You blend it? I guess. I think I was actually like tongue-tied on something else. Do I like beats? As in the food, or as in like the thing that goes in the background of music? Enjoy your lurks, goats. We're hanging out today, man. This is a masterful, nice memorial. Pomorden, created by DeBerries. In memory of Morden, born in 15, struck down by the dwarf Hops. Author mirror, with a copper pick in the year 27. Slayer of Tapioca. Cobalt Nose. Didn't know Tapioca's last name was Cobalt Nose. You used a weapon? That's cheating? Maybe you just came unprepared and didn't bring a weapon to a weapon fight. Hey, Black Coffee, how's we do? Can we wait for the engravers to come down here and work it? Are volcanoes finite? Like the spawning of volcanoes? Or the lava in the volcanoes? Why are they canceling the weave job? Because I have no yarn job running. Let's just leave that off for right now. How would you put out an artifact that's lit on fire by, well, anything actually, because they'll just burn for all eternity unless they have lava dumped on them, in which case they'll be destroyed generally unless they're made out of lava-proof materials. But I would dig a wall next to it or build a wall next to it. So let's just say that this, actually, let's go above ground. So you'd need to dig up one layer, but let's just say that this was burning, this instrument here was burning for all time. I would put a wall right there. I would build a ramp next to the wall. I would go up one level, and I would dig out the floor above it, which is right here. So I'd dig out the floor above it so that they could stand above it, or just channel out the floor above it, one of the two. And then I would go into this menu, hit I, enter, drag one over, pit pond. So this is the one level up, right? Over top of it. Hit pit pond, Shift P, capital P. And then at the bottom it says, is pit. You want to hit F, turn it to is pond not full. And then they will just go dump buckets of water off the edge into that puddle area, pond area, if you will, until it is full, or until the water goes out. That's how you do it. That's how I would do it. I've done it many times. It's the same for books. Books will burn for all eternity because books are indestructible. So you need to burn them. I mean, smother them. It's okay. They're just numbers. That's pretty normal for bees. What's rough? Not that bad. It's pretty straightforward once you know what you're doing. The first time it's a little eh. Also, just wanted to, say the thing that I haven't said enough today because I never feel like I'm saying it enough. But thank you very much to everybody who tunes into these streams because I'm able to do this full time because of you mad lads out there who keep me funded and stick around and continue watching the streams. So thank you so much to everybody who's been hanging out. And thanks to everybody who's been watching and everybody who's been spending time on this channel today and yesterday and the day before and tomorrow and the day after, because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here, frankly, and it's that simple. So thanks for spending time in the channel and hanging out. Animal is pondering reproductive behavior. He's probably studying those two gray langurs over there. Or wondering why he doesn't have any kids yet. One of the two. I wonder how Squug is doing. Squug was pretty... Squug's gotten over his depression! Now that deserves a round of beers. Squug is no longer down flashing red arrow depressed. Good shit. That's good shit. That's always good to see. Also, he wants abstract thinking. So you know what? Let's give him some abstract thinking. You can go join the other scholars in the library for a bit. Also got a lot more books to bind. We're gonna bind books and make choirs on repeats. Squug is going home to store some owned items. I'm curious if he'll go and study. Into glowing clown pits or lava. Lava would do it too. I don't know. I wonder. I don't think so. Although, I wonder if you dig too deeply and too greedily a second time and then retire the fort, if there's a demon king that happens to go in there, if they could, in theory, make more. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But that is an interesting idea. Someone left their lunch over here. And now it's gross. Rotten pig cheese roast. Come on. Come on. Well, the bright side, we're still able to get those spikes pumped up pretty quick. How so? Are dwarves just dying before they're able to make said artifacts? Yeah, also something that's always worth mentioning that I don't mention enough as well is I do stream 6 days a week, every single day of the week except for Friday. Stream a whole lot of Dwarf Fortress and games that I'm interested in. So Dwarf Fortress, traditional roguelikes, games with a lot of sandboxy stuff. But it's a whole lot of DF. If you ever want to like catch up on something that I've done in a fort, you can go to my YouTube channel where I have all of my VODs for Dwarf Fortress. And currently also my Stalker VODs are getting exported over there. I also put up edited content when it's relevant. So. When Crafts Dwarves gets mood, makes a damn scepter. I mean, what's worse than making a scepter or a wooden training sword? Speaking of mood, Jaden Fox has withdrawn from society. This is the first mood in like 5 years. Make a dwarf live in a personal palace with that artifact. And of course claims the wood shops. Grabs wood, iron? Iron bars. Iron ore. Hopefully it is cheese related. I mean, you always love cheese. I'm hoping it has pictures of cheese on it. I've always loved cheese. What that? What that item be? Single cut black zircons. Ooh. More iron ore. I hope it's a bed. Wouldn't that be great if it was a bed, Prophet? All right, so nice blocks, limonite, single cut black zircon, cave spider silk cloth, nice blocks, limonite, iron bars, willow logs. Please be a bed. Be super cool. A bed with pictures of cheese on it and your dumb face. But I don't think Dwarf Fortress comprehends the word dumb, so maybe it's like you're... I don't know. I don't know what it would say, but... And the dwarves have come once again to trade. Except now they have to trade outside because I had to move the trading depot outside because I'm still cleaning up messes from the time when they were unable to trade with us properly. And this time they brought almost nothing. Oh no, they're not pleased. All right, well, we need them to be pleased. We'll make them pleased. Yep. On that topic, a friend of mine who worked at IKEA for a number of years used to tell me that he had this regular that would this older couple, and they were regulars, and they would come in like every 3 to 6 months and buy a new bed for like it was the cheapest bed they owned that you could buy at IKEA. It was like $60, and it was a twin size bed. And after the third time they bought them once, my friend asked one of the couple and said like why don't you get something more sturdy? And then the guy said it's more fun when it breaks. Jaden Fox, the carpenter, has created Alu Denil Dil Sag, a willow grate, and claims it has an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Slipple, Rampart Cave. How are you related to Slipple? I have no idea. Probably just a friend, actually. It's worth 62,400. It's a cheese grate. I mean, this is a willow grate. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with willow and encircled with bands of cushioned laminate cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of willow, iron, laminite, cave spider, silk, nice, and on the item is an image of 2 smooth pebbles in nice. On the item is an image of the brother glorious of tarnishing, the willow grate, in black zircon, which is elsewhere in the fort. And as King said, it's great, and I'm sorry, sort of. If I wasn't so, you know what? I'm just gonna stop talking for a second. Place that there. Yeah, the one that it's dedicated to, that she was probably inspired by, is right there. Whoopsies, that's the wrong button. Dude, have you ever just really wanted a sandwich, though, Disco? Like, Disco Waffle, seriously. Have you ever just, like, really wanted a sandwich? My name is Mistum. What the fuck happened last time? Why'd you steal so much shit from us? We can't take this for very long. So shall we discuss your situation? Screw, I miss the old management at this place. Things have changed much over the years. What requests do you have of our merchants? Metal bars. I know this might be a weird concept to you guys, but metal bars are what I would like. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Screw, I look forward to our meeting next year. May our fortunes rise and fall together, and don't fuck up this time. I mean, have you ever just really wanted a sandwich, Disc? I'm sorry, what? When's this? Can you link wherever you saw that? Which support Twitter? That works. Because they're also adding a feature that I really like. Starting today, we'll be testing automated mid-roll ads for some viewers. These ads will directly support the creator and won't run if the viewer has an ad break in the channel. Well, fuck that shit. fuck that with a shovel. Considering they announced a really good feature earlier today where they're going to be more accurately counting the numbers on VODs. Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Yeah, I don't care. I don't want ads on my channel at all. Please ad block that shit if you can. Yeah, like if you're, I mean, if you're sub to the channel, you won't see ads ever. And ideally, if you're not sub to my channel, you'll only see an ad when you tune in. But they're trying to make us run ad breaks. Gotta get those Bezos bucks. I mean, Bezos bucks is Twitch Primes'. So if you want a Twitch Prime, that's great. And, you know, you can then not see ads. That's Bezos bucks. So I gave him a big old gift, and I'm trading for all of their bars. Maybe you should burrow them out of it, yeah. I mean, thank you for the Bezos bucks that were sitting in your account anyway. Cheers. Seriously, thank you for that Prime subscription. Those fucking add up, man. It just costs you a click, and you don't see ads. Are you dead yet? No, you're still alive. I could very easily kill you, but I'm kind of opting to keep you alive. So I hope you like chains and whips, because you live in prison. And you're just constantly nuts. So you know in the video game when you spawn in like the prison cell, and as you're walking out there's like a super skinny guy or gal just like going, "Help me," or like, "You'll never escape," and they just like laugh at you and you're like, "Oh, you just live here? Okay, bye." You know that person? That's Jellybutt in this one. It's just this like emaciated dwarf who gets fed and watered by all the dwarven population and is just like, "Ah, kill me." And they're like, "No." That's Jelly in this fort. Squug, you're no longer depressed. I thought I'd let you know. Well, your dwarf isn't. Your dwarf's come back and has stopped being a depressed little shit and is now sleeping. Which makes me very happy. Oh, you don't feel anything after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. But you were also dejected when you were in the rain. You didn't feel anything at work, and you were interested near a fine furnace. You felt satisfied producing a masterwork, but felt restless after a lack of abstract thinking. But yeah, no, it's kind of annoying because, like, earlier today, Twitch tweeted that they were testing out a feature which is now on VODs. They're also counting the number of views the stream got throughout the day. So VOD numbers are going to be much more accurate, and that's actually going to be a really interesting thing to see. And I really like that because right now my VODs get, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 views, maybe 20 on a good one. But now they'll probably get hundreds. And then they're just like, yeah, now we're testing automated mid-roll ads. Like, what? No. Just remember, chat. Humbly from me to you. You have my permission to ad block my stream if you can fucking figure out how. Don't ad block me on YouTube because that's the only way I make money on YouTube, but this channel's funded enough with I don't fucking care. I don't know what your layout looks like, so I can't really give you a solution, really. Yep. I'm trying to like figure out how to make like a mid-drift joke out of this, and it's not working. Like, I'm not a supporter of ad block, but that's fucking stupid. Like, if they are gonna force more ads on people, like automated mid-roll ads, unless it's something I can opt out of, fuck that. Ugh. Bah. Like, that's actually upset me. I didn't... The only access to your fort is a 3 wide narrow bridge. What are you trying to... What is the problem that you're attempting to solve? Are you trying to get traders in? So character in Warwick's Wasteland 3 like that, they were trapped in a cell and abandoned in a sheriff's office, and they were living off of dripping water. Oh no! And growing mushrooms. I mean, mushrooms are pretty great. So, I don't see no problems there. Also, hi, Kibbles. I don't think I said hi to you. What's up? Oh. Yeah, then you should put up safety walls, safety net, you know, other things. Wider bridge could also help. All 5 bridges in there, fortunately once while leaving. I mean, isn't that called walking Le Plank? Oh well. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. I guess I'm just kind of not worry about it for right now, and maybe it'll be one of the rare features that Twitch goes, it's not good, people don't like, and then they get rid of it. Because Twitch has done that in the past, so fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, I guess. I mean, suicide is a thing in Dwarf Fortress, and I've seen it happen. It's mildly disturbing, but I've certainly seen it happen. Yeah. I've straight up seen dwarves run to a really high place and jump repeatedly until they die. It's kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. Not something you like to see in Dwarf Fortress, that's for sure. If your dwarves are offing themselves, your fortress has other problems that you really need to solve. Almost? I don't know, chat. What's something that can't happen in Dwarf Fortress? Aliens don't attack. Yet. We don't have tac nukes. Although Caves of Cut does have tactical nukes. Speaking of tactical nukes. Hi, Jess. Hello, Ich Ben Bora. What's up? Andy, how's things? Legends are boss. There's lots of legends in Dwarf. Anthro, what's up, dude? Yeah, that's a thing you can't do in Dwarf Fortress. That is true. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, the Infinity. How's things? I hear that you got a Dodger dropped on you. I'm so happy that Dodger's still around and doing things. I used to listen to her podcasts like eons ago, and I still listen to Manga Pod sometimes. Dodger's good people. How was the stream today, though, aside from the big raid? Welcome, everybody. If you guys don't know who Jess is, Jess has been playing a lot of CK3 recently. Jess is a friend of the channel and somebody who you should go give a follow to. And to anybody coming over from Jess's stream, my name's Greg. I stream an absurdly large amount of Dwarf Fortress because it's a problem. We are attempting to build a fortress that I'm trying to make last for 1,000 years in game, which we have mathematically estimated will probably take me about 300 streams. Maybe more. Probably more. So about a year. So what's going to happen then soon is you're going to have 3 kingdoms, and everything's going to be great, and then somebody's going to start a revolution somewhere. Someone else is going to start a fire somewhere. Someone is going to, like, sleep with somebody else, and someone's going to backstab somebody, and it's all going to crumble in on itself, and you're going to watch everything go up in flames, and then you cheer and do it again. Because that's how those games work. Yeah. But anyway, if you can comprehend Crusader Kings 3, this is Dwarf Fortress. It's free. It's great. Tragedy, more like? Yeah, you're not wrong. But hello, welcome to Dwarf Fortress Anonymous, featuring Blind IRL. I have multiple addictions, including work. I'm gonna stop there. Really, Andy? I've had the pleasure, I've met every single person from that group except for Dodger. I met TB for about 30 seconds. It was long enough to shake his hand, say hello, say I was a big fan, and that was about it. He seemed kind of like a douche. Not gonna lie. Massive respect for what he did, but he was kind of rude at the time. Met Jesse a couple of times. Doubt he remembers me. Yeah, I've met most of that crew. I just haven't met Dodger. Maybe one day. But most of the major roleplay people I've met. Heck, I've met Strippin. I've met Strippin, but I haven't met Dodger. Actually weird now that I think about it. Yeah, he was working, so kind of can't really fault him for it, Andy. It was at the last TwitchCon that Warframe was at, which was a while ago. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I rub some people the wrong way. Actually, all the time. Speaking of rubbing people the wrong way, I'm fucking mad at Twitch right now. Because this... I was just grumbling about that minutes before you guys piled in. Yeah, I'm not happy. Oh, by the way, Suey, you're depressed. Just thought I'd inform you. We fixed you for a little bit, and then you got depressed again. You're not majorly depressed, though. You're functional-ish. Although you do feel pleasure near a fine door. So hopefully you get over that great deal of stress. Although, you've done pretty well. You've killed some buzzards, a great horned owl, and a gray langur. Those gray langurs have, like, caused many a strife in this fortress. I have no idea. I highly doubt it. I would assume it would operate under the same rules as normal ads, where if you have ad-free viewing turned on for subs, they wouldn't see it. But mid-rolls are the bane of my fucking existence. Like, I'm not happy about that. They're really trying to get us to do ad breaks. Like, really trying. That being said, with picture-in-picture ads, they might not be horrendous? Yeah, right, Morton? Fuck. I don't know, I'm just not thrilled. Today, something kind of funny that happened was we had this problem, right? Roughly 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago in game, Morden in chat had a child in this fortress. It was a child dwarf. And that child got a little tantrumy and ripped the leg off of one of our nobles and murdered him. Proceeded to have his head caved in by a pick by one of my miners and had the ever-living crap beaten out of him by my sheriff. And, you know, we pulled the pieces off the floor and scraped them off the pavement and put them in a coffin, as you do, right? Well, we kept on having this problem and kept on having this problem and kept on having this problem where dwarves were getting this little moodlet that they were seeing Morden's corpse. And I'm like, he's in this coffin. 15 years go by, and then we think to look in stocks to figure out if there's any other bits of him. Turns out his leg was sitting right here next to our central stairway, which is right here, for better part of 15 years. Basically, yeah. Watch, basically, yeah. That seems to be basically what it is. And everybody seems to be pissed about it. Like, I don't think anybody is even remotely happy about it.
I see your star. You left it burning for me.
Or any epic moment, any streamer rambles. Yeah. I mean, they are working on picture-in-picture where, like, you know, up in the top right above chat, when an ad runs, the stream moves up there, ad runs on the main screen, and then stream comes back down. I've seen it in places. It's not globally active yet, but it's an improvement, but it's still an ad. I mean, it's not like we're even... Here's the thing, Nonprofit. Like, I've genuinely thought about making fake ads for my stream. Just mocking everything. Mostly, primarily for the intro of my streams. Like, what I was thinking about is, like, going onto Internet Archive and downloading, like, 60s to, like, 90s ads. Like, kind of that window of, like, varying levels of cheese. Some black and white, some not. And, because advertisements are out there that have existed, right? In film form. And there's tons of that stuff on the Internet Archive. And redubbing them to, like, mock stuff as parody, right? And run them during my records section when I stream records at the start of my stream. And have some fun with it. But now this is just too fucking real. Did we get the statue in place? I dug out the room for it. I can't remember if I placed the statue or not. No, I didn't. But I did dig out the room for it, so I can place the statue. We're also breeding Grey Langur monkeys. And, hopefully we'll have fully tamed Grey Langurs soon. There is a Twitch ad for Indeed where a Twitch streamer talks about the person she got for emotes. I mean, so wait, there's a Twitch ad. What is Indeed? I don't know what Indeed is. I obviously haven't seen this ad. I generally only watch streams that I'm subscribed to these days because I don't know. I just... If people come to see your emotes, your content might be boring. I mean, Admiral Bar is pretty boring, but his emotes are great. In fact, I'm sure he'd agree with me. He's pretty fucking boring. But at the same time, cutest emotes on Twitch. All right, here's the statue of Morden that we commissioned. It's an iron statue, and it reads, this is a well-crafted statue of Morden. On the item is a rendition of the tapered mirror, an image of Morden. Blaze smokes. The dwarf and dwarves. Morden is dead. The dwarves are screaming. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. Yeah, I'd like to be that Admiral Barrow too. I want to be rich enough to buy my apartment, let alone, like, buy my neighbor's apartment to make them shut up. Although my neighbors are pretty cool. Mid-grand whiskey and just sip all night watching the emotes. Sometimes I sit in the bathtub. Well, hold on, I need to do this less ironically, or more ironically rather. You know, there are some streams where I just pause the video and let the emotes fill my chat. I grab a little bottle of mid-grade whiskey and just sip on it all night watching the emotes. Sometimes I sit in the bathtub while doing so. It just works for me. I got that thing for emotes. Don't judge me. And then there's me, where sometimes I sit down and look at the chat and see the emotes and stab my eyes repeatedly because their memes are trash. Are we talking about kinks again? No, I'm just reading somebody's kink out loud. That's different. I have a thing for Ming Lee puns, but nobody makes them anymore, and it makes me sad. These are our adorable gray langur children, by the way, that are tamed, semi-tamed, and our goal is to get them to the point where they grow up so that we can make fully domesticated monkeys. But we're dwarves, so we don't give them trees. So instead, we gave them these very appropriate statues of superior quality avocado trees. It's a rendition of the Steel of Treasuries, an image of an avocado tree and a blazing sun. The avocado tree is burning, as it should be, because trees are disgusting. And the item was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government, for our monkeys. I'm sure they'll appreciate them. You had class during the kink talk? I mean, we can start the kink talk if you want. Like, if that's the thing you want. I like those whack and smack emotes. Those would go real nice with my dwarfs. Those are good, Wolfpack. I don't know whose those are, but those are good emotes. That's an iron statue of a burning off. I thought about making them a wooden statue of a burning tree, but I figured it would be better to make it an iron statue of a burning tree. Just like this one dwarf that named King, who came into the fort and immediately was very happy. This is actually what started the King talk earlier, about seeing some vertical bars made of iron. So we put it into King. And who are you married to again? Right, yeah. Disco Waffles and King, who are a married couple. We put iron bars in their bedroom. He really likes that trade depot. Still dwelling upon seeing Morden's dead body. God damn it. Hold on. Is there more of Morden? Fuck. Body parts. I don't think so. No, we should be good. We should be good. Also, how much lead do I have? 45? Lead statue. 20. A dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the spear. The dwarf is strike. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna make a bunch more lead statues of a dwarf and a spear. The dwarf is admiring the spear. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose, and the image is which we commissioned a while ago. We're gonna make 20 more of those. Those are kind of our terracotta warriors, or at least that's what we're calling them. We're gonna smelt some more galena. At 30. I actually don't know how much I have, so we'll just smelt until we run out. I got more down here. No, I haven't. It's just delicious. No, I haven't had any dwarves ask to live or elves ask to live here. Just one human. Just a human who's Texagon, who currently is just hanging out He's holding a marble opal, which is an instrument, and is currently learning about leatherworking. Actually, is hanging out in the Craftsdwarf's Guild and learning to work leather. Is technically a performer, but we haven't really had long periods of time for performing, so. Although, is sad that can't pray, so maybe I should make my abbey. Yeah, we'll make it long-term residence, so you can go pray if you want to, dumb human. From Geek Night Plays. Those are good. A little hard to read what the a doodle says without zooming. Good, I like them. Good. Stream will be muted, but continue to play in the small window on the page. So what's the point of picture-in-picture thing? Yeah, right? I don't fucking know, man. For year 50? No, not really. Maybe just give the dwarves a year off? I hadn't really thought about it. We do have 9 years. Probably won't start thinking about that until you're 45. Very small channel, only plays 8 hours a week. Yeah, there's a lot of those very small channels, but some of those are some of the best channels. You know, I know a few people that only stream once or twice a week, if that, and I always try and catch their streams when I get the chance. One of my favorite streams for a couple of years actually was somebody who would stream in maybe once a week. Once a week on a busy week. But he was this middle-aged dude who just played Cities Skylines, and he was just super chill to talk to. He knew a lot about good beer. It's kind of the way I feel about a streamer named Alligator Fuckhouse. Doesn't stream very often, but doesn't stream for very long, but I like his streams. Try and catch them when I can. Look at this. Feels pleasure near a fine table. That's what I love to see. Worried? Do I look worried? That's like something that Sui would say, too. Worried? Do I look worried? No, but the sky's fucking falling. Eight hours a week, every other week. Yeah, you do it all in one day, too. Hobo, how does it feel to be in the top 1% of Twitch? Probably higher than that, actually. A 1,000 viewers. I think that number is silly. And I'll explain why I think that number is silly. Profit. For me, if a channel is getting more than like 30 messages a minute in the chat, I hesitate to watch. Doesn't matter how many viewers they have. Example. Cringer can have 1,000 viewers and I can still watch him no problem because his chat moves slowly. You know? Somebody like Shanrir, I could watch him with 700 viewers and it's no problem. I could just keep naming people, but I know some people who have like 500 viewers in their chat on a daily basis, and their chat moves about the same speed as mine. It really depends on how lurky the channel is and who the streamer is. Like, well, hinge just happened there. Got a big chunk. Frame rate stopped for a second. So I think it really depends. Eat nothing but durian roast and drink nothing but durian wine. I don't have any durians growing in this map, so that would be difficult. Do smell. I mean, another person who's really good with chat actually is somebody who rated Jess, who then rated me, is Dodger. But like, she's like a 2,000 viewer, 2 to 5,000 viewers depending on the day and what she's doing. Although she can convince 1,000 people to watch Minesweeper, which I am envious of. She has a 30-second delay on all non-subs in chat, which kind of sucks. But the way it works out is everybody gets their thing read. I would not be as cruel as that elf suggestion. I was going to say, I don't think we have any durians growing here. Now, stinky cheese. Well, I bet you like maggot cheese is really fucking stanky. How's the jobs doing? Almost done with them iron spears. Almost made 100 menacing iron spikes. Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends on the person. I know a lot of people are just like, oh, if a stream hits 100 viewers, I can't watch. Or if a stream hits 500 viewers, I can't watch. It's like, to me, it's if there's more than 2 messages happening a second, I have to peace out. Like, I have a friend, and when she streams, she has like 300-400 people generally. She plays a lot of RPGs. And her chat moves so fucking fast. If you want her to actually read something, you have to throw money at her because she can't keep up with it. Yet at the same time, if somebody pops in and is like, hey, wifey, she's banned, like, out of orbit, which is kind of funny. She's really good at nuking creepy comments. So it's like, if you're creepy, she'll notice, and she will ban you immediately. If you're just trying to say hello, it's really difficult. Is that a thing, Disco? I guess I've never noticed that. Although I wouldn't say I've ever actually paid enough attention to notice. Well, someone actually got a good night's sleep. And they struggle with like 5 viewers. I mean, there are days when I struggle with like 5 people. Like, but you know, I talk about this a lot. I've been on front page. True story. Last year, I played BattleTech on the front page. No, maybe it was the year before. It was the year BattleTech came out. Whenever BattleTech came out. It was like the week BattleTech came out. And I had, I think, 1,600 viewers. 1,600 people. And chat was moving pretty fucking fast. And I was reading literally was it 2017? That game came out? God, was it that fucking long ago? Anyway, I was reading everything that everybody wrote in chat. Everything. Every single line that people were putting in chat. Because it's a fucking turn-based game. I can just look at chat and read. IKEA stole Start Your Day with the Mountain Hall's copy? How the hell? That was in my library. You stupid burb. All right, it's war. Does anybody have Useroon's Kia emote? Because I need it now. Thanks, Quatch. Anyway, there was this person that popped into the chat and he's like, "What is this twat doing?" I can't remember his exact words. I think he used a racial slur actually against white people. Anyway, he's just like, "What is this twat doing?" He's is he trying to read everybody's line of text? What the fuck's wrong with him? And I'm just like, how I run my show, and that's kind of how I always will. Doesn't matter how fast chat gets. Like, if I ever get to a point where I can't keep up with everything in chat, a book. Start your day with the Mountain Homes. What's even better is I'm binding them in lead. It's a lead book. But anyway, it's a strong burn. man. Those birds be weightlifting. But anyway, yeah, I will slow down chat before I can stop reading chat, because to me, chat is very important. That's the only way. I have 3. Although I think I need to make a few iron bolts. It's worse than the problem? I disagree. The 5-second cooldown timer on non-subs isn't even remotely detrimental. Just don't type in multiple lines at the same time. I've been in chats before that have had that, and that is very much a good solution. Oh, making everybody's hunters worse than Kia's. Okay. Sorry. There's 2 different conversations going on here. My brain was on one, not the other. Now, a good way to deal with Kias, especially if they're flying into buildings, is to just station an army in there and they'll just stab the hell out of them when they fly down. But I don't care that much. It was just a copy. It's not like it was a first edition. Besides, somebody needs to spread my books around the world. And if it's not the Kias, who's going to do it? I'm not selling them, so... And it isn't awful once you get... Wait, for chat? Or for the stream? Because that doesn't make any sense for chat, but for the stream, yeah, that makes sense. Mm-mm. 234 books, including copies. Although a lot of them are copies. Yeah, most of them are copies. So it's an impressive looking library, but there's actually about 80 books in there. Even a spammer like me gets along with 5 seconds of cooldown. Yeah, no, I mean, that's like worst case scenarios. 5 seconds of cooldown for non-subs. I mean, somebody who, to this day, blows my mind how good he is at reading chat is Co-Carnage. Like, I don't know if any of you guys watch Co-Carnage, but he starts his stream, like, lets his channel run for like 10 minutes, and then says hello to every single person who's coming to his channel. And he goes from, like, a couple minutes of just him reading names out and saying hello to everybody. Super good about that stuff. Oh, and a cat was found dead. But Springs arrived, must have died of old age. Someone's pet, probably. A stray pig's been found dead too. What, that my books are bound in lead? It's so that they go away slower. Copies is quite handy. I mean, it's keeping my, I need to find this cassette deck that I... I might be giving a cassette deck to a friend of mine. Greeting list is a useful kind of interaction. Yeah, no, it is. It's a way of saying thank you. And it helps a lot. Or you know another really good example? Excessive profanity is really fucking good at talking to his chat. Like, that dude's an inspiration to me in many ways, but Jaden's a little depressed. I'm gonna keep an eye on you for a bit, see what you're up to. But I'm kind of letting the jobs run out so that they can just go spend some time socializing. The elves are here to trade. But he does the... I literally was watching his stream yesterday before team meeting. This is the Celeste soundtrack. One of the best ones, in fact. Her music's fucking incredible. The composer for this actually got hired to write the Nether music for the Nether expansion to Microsoft's Minecraft, which I'm very proud of her, frankly. Fucking deserves it. Anyway, I was watching him play The Last of Us 2 last night, and he does this all the time, by the way, parked in one spot and discussed with his chat of like 1,100 people for an hour plot points in that game. They just sat there and talked about the plot that had happened so far for a solid hour, like just paragraphs of text, and he just read all of it. And like, he catches everything. So I don't know. I always just get onto this subject whenever I see people. My sheriff is killing chinchillas. He's fighting with chinchillas. Okay, never mind. He's fighting with kangaroos. A little bit more scary, but keeps screaming, I must withdraw! Silver bolt is lodged firmly in the wound. I must withdraw. The flying copper bolt strikes the kangaroo doe in the right hand, fracturing the bone. A motor nerve has been severed. And Astro screams, I must withdraw! I must withdraw! The flying silver bolt strikes the chinchilla in the rear leg. The severed part sails off an arc. I must withdraw! That's not very successful at this. Very, very good hunter, is he? Ba-da-bum-bum. A cat just ran into flowing magma. You really need to change something about how you've got that laid out. You really, really do. Like, seriously, it's a problem. Two dead kittens, one dead cat, one dead dwarf have fallen into the lava. Well, okay, so on the bright side, they're falling into the lava, right? So at the least, they're not making a mess. Slightly distracted trying to find a thing for a friend. Yeah, I'll do that. What, at the speed that I'm able to get stuff done in this word? That's a barrel. These are all pots. And I will buy a single instrument from you. Wait, no, that's too much. How about that? Great. They're pleased with the trading. That was easy. I mean, if you have well-managed dwarves, you can get a lot done in a pretty short period of time. Yeah, I think Jack Nark knows that, but it's not that they degrade mood, it's just they degrade frame rate. It's easier to manage dwarves if you have less of them, and it's easier to keep them happy because you can focus on them more. Like, they don't get away from you as quickly. If that makes sense. But it's more about frame rate than mood. Oh, you're talking about them falling into the lava. I mean, the way Slippery was talking about it, it did sound like it was a lot more, but anybody falling into off of any kind of ledge is generally a problem that needs to be fixed. Yes. Yes, that's true. And if one goes crazy, there's more kinks in the chain that can possibly happen that can cause everything to just kind of spontaneously combust and go boom, which is fun, but also bad for the health of your dwarves. You know what I could do? For 50 years? I have this really high up thing, right? What if I build a thing that goes all the way out to there? And, dump a lot of trash or something down here and make a big old... Like, build a bunch of stuff and then pull a lever and let the whole thing fall. Go smash or something. For 50 years. I'm thinking here. I don't know. Today's the 14th. Ah, which has paid me. I was about to say, I'm like, has Twitch not paid me yet? No, they have. I just haven't checked my email. Excellent. Money! Hey, Jamie. You're still alive, by the way. Ah, I got you, nonprofit. Work calls happen. But yeah, cheers, Jamie. You're a happy little dwarf. Just kind of... You've killed 2 Keos, 1 buzzard, 3 gray langurs, and 1 gray langur. Last thing you said was, it's a great day to fall in love all over again. You're proud near your own fine cabinet, and proud near your own fine bed, and proud near your own wonderful armor stand, and blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. And you were ambivalent after remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Wait, what? Ambivalent? Oh, ambivalent after putting on an exceptional item. There you go. You have some friends. No lover. How's Jack Nurik 3? Not depressed, so impressive. The quest for knowledge never ends. He was delighted after putting on an exceptional item. Really needs some new mittens. Just put on some brand new socks and some new trousers. You're 5 years old, Jack Nerd. You're 5. They grow up so fast. So fast. Oh, so goddamn fast. Also, hello, Barons. Good evening. And now you're playing with a Mudstone Mini Forge. How adorable. Yeah, the crafting is like basically down for a bit. They're discussing etymology. Fancy. Maybe they'll make some discoveries on etymology. Also, this is worth noting. Rhinestone is wearing a unicorn leather cap. He was currently frustrated after being unable to pray for his god, and is frustrated after doing nothing creative for too long. Quach, how are you doing? Quachu's Rhinestone's only son. His toe is broken. He's upset on seeing the sunshine. And he says one should always return a favor. His third toe on his first foot is broken, and his foot bears a massive jagged scar. There was a cave-in, and his foot got crushed by a rock. He still dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He's assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in still. He's 9 years old. Well, playing make-believe, so hopefully he survives. Yeah, unicorn leather, Andy. I think because we had some unicorns, right? And they died of old age. And I guess we slaughtered them, or butchered them, because we seem to have gotten leather out of them, which is interesting. Not that I'm complaining, quite happy, to be honest. This is Fort of a temple. This fort has multiple temples, actually. But I was planning on making this really tall tower into a temple, but I just kind of haven't done it yet. I need to put a roof on it. Haven't gotten around to that. But I guess I could do like this. And kind of go around the edge, flooring, and then, or go around the, go around the edge of this with flooring and then put roofs on top. We don't really have sky gods, to be honest. More like the temple to the god of sight. Because what a sight it is to behold. Read Unusual Anandar, the first pressing. Man, that's such a glorious novel. Many dwarves would love to have the opportunity to read that book. Like, let's have a look around. Oh my god. That's a lot of books on that table, chat. They're all copies. We've got History of Beliefs, Problems and Solutions, History of Beliefs, Problems and Solutions, History of Beliefs, Problems and Solutions. Oh, you'd start your day with the Mountain Halls. The new one. What other books we have in here? I mean, they are classic books. They're just amateurish at best. That's the problem. Librarians? No. We have scholars and scribes. We don't have no librarians. Let's make 10 silver bookcases. I think I have enough silver. How are we doing on bars and charcoal? I need charcoal. For silver, we got plenty. Time to hack down some trees. That explains things. It explains many things. Dwarves aren't exactly a cleanly folk. All right, well, we're into mid-spring, and we're up to the 40 cap, which is good. Got a few extra dwarves in today. Got a bunch of jobs sorted. Powered up into the year 42 of mid-spring. We started today in 39, so that's, what, 3 years? I think the fort's going pretty good, all in all. Couple depressed dwarves, but I can basically tell you who they are. It's Sui, who was depressed and wasn't depressed and was depressed again. Hare 007, who's okay. Could be better, but could be a lot worse. Neither of them are actually haggard. They're just stressed, which is okay. Jellybud is still our local dungeon dweller, who's overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living, which is horrible. Very sad, frankly. Is this whole game just interesting, Legends Are Boss, or is something specific interesting? To anybody who hasn't played this game before, by the way, it is free. You can just go download it. To be clear. Although I've probably spent more money on Dwarf Fortress than most games at this point because I give them $4 a month on Patreon, but it's okay, they deserve it. They very much deserve it. Everything? Everything is interesting? Well, everything is awesome. Yep, you did it right. Assuming investments are open. They're not up for another 26 minutes and 21 seconds. Someone did them not too long ago. All right, well... Chat room and friends. I've been live for 8 hours and 7 minutes. Yeah, it has to be like, yo, it's time for investments, bud. And then you click yes or no. Anyway, I've been live for 8 hours and 7 minutes. It's been a very chill, fun stream. We've listened to records. We've played Dwarf Fortress. Not done. I think it might be time for us to swap games. It's getting a little dark in here, and it smells like rotting tar or melting tar in here because of forest fires. And I think because of that mood, the dim lighting and the smell of burning cities, it's time to play some Stalker. What do we think? So to those of you, if you're here specifically for Dwarfs, which is understandable, as Dwarves is a miraculous miracle of beauty and wonder. Nacho Live and Userun are both streaming Dwarf Fortress. I can easily recommend both of them. So if you want to watch more Dwarfs, click on the little Slave Star Mock thingy and watch more Dwarfs. I'm switching games, though. We'll go for probably another hour and a half to 2 hours, I think. And we're going to play some Stocky. Yeah, it's quite delicious, frankly. Scent of tar. Burning cities. This game likes to crash a lot. Keep that in mind, I guess. That feeling when you just at 200 people and tell them all to get out of here, stalker. All right. Let me know if I'm in the wrong directory, yeah? Also, let me know if there's any capturing problems with the game, because I can't see. It's more stable than the reactor I've seen NPP. Not by much.